do the same. Good. Okay. So let me share the screen where we were, and we will continue from where we left with a small catch up on what we discussed since morning. So please confirm me that you are able to see the slides. And you can
Yes,
hear me.
we can.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can see the screen.
So today when we started off with a good introduction on what a strategic management should look like for organizations, and everyone contributed towards the discussion on what are the mistakes done by organizations when they don't consider certain elements of strategic importance, and that leads towards non-implementation of the strategy or actually drifting away from the strategy. From culture point of view, I also told you that there is a famous quotation, culture eats a strategy for breakfast. And if the right culture is not there and the people component is not given importance, the performance of the organization definitely impacts the way a strategic implementation occurs. Then we came to this particular deck of slides where we talked about actually that what should be the strategy statement. And the strategy statement should cover objective, scope, and competitive advantage. A good example was discussed in case of Edward Jones, and then we discussed about Boeing, then we discussed about Walmart, and then finally we discussed also about Merrill Lynch and LPL financials. So these were some examples of how the strategy statements and the customer value proposition or your competitive advantage can be put to work for your strategy. Now, moving forward, we talked about also balance scorecards and the process of managing a strategy. There are different ways in order to translate and manage your strategy. I will follow one particular pattern which is also there in your book, and we will go with that one just after a few minutes. And what I presented to you was also a solution of a new, let's say, a company which is establishing a digital pill box for the patients, and how its vision, mission, objective, values, and projects can be worked out. So now moving forward from here, we have to continue. As a documentation, a strategy house is a popular template which is used by organizations. So this is a example for you as an empty, template which you can use as a exercise when you are doing your assignment also, and you can include this in your assignment if you would like. That for a chosen company, how the strategy should be presented. So usually it is in the form of a house where the first part, which is your roof, actually is your vision. After your vision comes your strategic goals. And goals can be like this: the top 5 experiences or services you want to provide, and you want to attract the best customers or attract the best, let's say, employees and people. And you want to deliver, attractive returns to your shareholders and to your management or your investors. And then you want to enable something. For example, you want to enable digitalization, or you want to enable automation, or you want to enable quality services in healthcare, or you want to enable something which is unique, and that will be coming from your competitive advantage. Now, how you will be able to deliver this strategic goal will come from your values of the organization. Okay. Now, here let's talk about values. So, are you aware of the values in your organization? Can you name a few? Anybody? Any volunteers?
Yeah, the transparency, dignities, teamwork.
Very good.
Patient confidentiality.
Please continue. Others can add also. What values do you follow?
Stewardship.
Okay. Stewardship, very nice. Okay.
Reality.
More. Again, please. Sorry.
Reality.
Reality. Okay, I thought loyalty. Reality, I have heard first time. Okay.
Safety.
Now, again, please.
Safety.
Safety. Okay, very nice. Yes. Now, you tell me one thing. These are not just words. Transparency, safety, stewardship, partnership, patient confidentiality, reality, maybe service, quality. All these are not just words. When they are there, they mean something in the organization. There is certain planning done in order to instill this in the people, in the behaviors, in the processes. If values are just for the sake of values and they are pasted on the walls, they will not work. So values work when it is connected with a strategy, it is connected with a plan. If, for example, you want to live the value of patient confidentiality, okay, who said patient confidentiality?
Me, sir. Me.
Okay, so can you, what is your good name?
My name is Shagufta.
Shagufta, can you tell us how your organization lives this value?
Like, let's say if a patient comes to us and whatever treatment or whatever process he's going to take in our hospital, we are signing a consent with the patient that we are not going to disclose or share his information or share his treatment plan with anybody else. That is
Mm-hmm.
his legal right.
Very good. So now
And
you
that,
have a process, you have
yeah.
an action which is associated with this value. You have a demonstration of a behavior, a process, a system, a surrounding in order to express this value. That is the essence of having organizational values and a collection of all these values and the work we do around them actually leads us towards our strategic objective, and it leads also towards having the proper culture which will drive our strategy. So values should actually express something which is important on the way we do things. So coming back to the strategy house, how we can achieve the strategic goals, with what type of vision and what we will be doing. Now, the example I have given you in the Word document about the digital pill organization, company, you can put the vision here, you can put their strategic goals here, you can put the values here, and then you can put the projects here. So in order to achieve these things, these are here six pillars which are mentioned, that we need to expand something, we need to invest in something, we need to foster a culture of something, we need to transform the way we do things, we need to build something, and we need to deliver something. So these some words are chosen here which help in order to express the strategy pillars. So this is the whole strategy house. Now, interesting thing is that the title says this strategy house is from 2021 to 2023, means that it's a 3-year plan. Now, usually the strategy can be short term, mid term, and long term. Short term strategies are for a year only. Mid term strategies are, let's say, 1 to 3 years, and long term strategies are usually 5 years in study. So, a strategy house can be made for a year strategy also, 3 year also, 5 year also. But good companies always revisit, review, improvise, tweak their strategies every year. They look into the whole year and see the performance of what worked and what did not work. And based on that, they revise and they change their strategies. So this is how a strategy house looks. Okay, what is the next document after a strategy house? The next document, this is another example of a strategy house. Sorry, this example is showing on the top again, the vision, the purpose, direction, competitive advantage, some transversal capabilities. These are actually those values which you want to achieve, and then comes that how the vertical functions will help, and at the bottom is vision or core values. These are capabilities, sorry, with which it will be done. So what I'm trying to say here is that there are different ways in making this a strategy house. Some things can be on the top, some things can be on the bottom. It's up to you, but these are the structures of a strategy, and you can use multiple approaches. So after the strategy house, you have the strategic pillars. So going back to this slide, these are your 6 strategic pillars. These 6 strategic pillars will come here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for example. And then in order to achieve those, you will have programs. What programs means projects. What projects or objectives you will achieve in 2021, what you will achieve in 2022, what you will achieve in 2023. Some may be long term, start now and finish maybe in 2023. Some may need a prerequisite to be completed in 2021, and then the next program starts, which will finish maybe in 2 years. So your strategic pillar and projects are translated in this manner. From this particular document, you go to your project charter. Now, there might be many projects. How many projects we can see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So in next 3 years, for example, your hospital will be going through 24 strategic objectives or strategic initiatives or projects. For each of these, you will have a project charter. This is an example of a project charter. And if this charter is there, your cascading of the strategy and your translation of your strategy into action will be possible. So what are the details in the project charter usually? Who is the owner? What are the objectives? From where the budget will come? What will be the impact? What will be the detailed activities of this initiative? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 detailed breakdown of the activities. What are the anticipated implementation challenges? And against each challenge, what is the mitigation plan? So your risks, your business risks, you can say, or your business continuity risks, all will come here in the implementation challenges and mitigation plans. Here also at the bottom you will see some names, some sign-offs. Who is the program owner? Who is the initiative owner? Who is the strategy spoke? Or who is the owner, you know, from the department and from the business processing team or the PMO team? Okay, so this is how the project charter template looks like. Now, one more document is built only on this one, this area here, the detailed activities of the initiatives. This area actually is further blown up into another document, which is your project timeline. So for each of the activities which are mentioned here maybe let's say there are 5 activities. So then these 5 activities will come here, and you can develop a project timeline, milestone, tasks, and deliverables against them. That what will be done when. So Q2, Q3, Q4, you can start with Q1 also from January onwards, and then show that how the project will proceed, what will be the timeline, what will be the activity and the task, who will be the owner, and what team will deliver this. So this is how a structured mechanism and the process is established to translate a strategy into action. So any questions, please ask on these. Then I will go to the last slide of this deck. Any questions here? Yes,
Sorry,
please.
there is no question, but I want you just to make zoom for the slides if you can.
Zoom for the slides. Which one? This one maybe?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry. I think so. This is the best I can do here. Can you look into
end of the presentation, you will be sending this PowerPoint to us, no?
It is already sent to you. I think so. It should be uploaded in the area from
Sent
where you can
yesterday.
download.
Yes.
Yeah, you can
It is in
download
the
it.
assign. It is in this.
Yeah.
You can make it full screen. Can you make the full screen mode?
If I make full screen, it looks smaller. Okay, maybe much more, but not. Okay, maybe I will do something else here. Wait.
I may add to the colleagues if they want. There is more action more actions just beside the conversation. You can click on it. There is focus and the full screen. Choose both of them. It will expand the screen.
Okay, so I'm just making it bigger in another way. Maybe this will help now. Clear?
Perfect.
Okay. So, any questions here on this these areas? Because if you have any confusion, please clear it now. We will not be coming back to this topic again. So these are some
To me,
templates. Yeah.
to me, it's very clear.
Okay. So these are some templates which help in planning and implementation and cascading of the strategy into projects. Now, this is what we should focus on now, the process. Till now, we have not talked how to achieve this and how to do this. What I have told you about is very high level, how the strategy looks like, what should be the statement, what should be the components, okay? But we have not talked about the process of the strategic decision making, that how we will be able to decide what goes inside these boxes, how we will be able to decide what values to pick, how we will be able to decide the competitive advantage, how we will be able to study our past and the present, how we will be able to study our industry, what tools we can use in order to compare and benchmark our services with our competitors. So all this is required in order to build a great strategy for your organization. This diagram here tells you that whole process. A lot of information is there, but let's break it down into 1A, 1B, and then 2 is further divided into 3 and 4, and then the activities are again split up into A and B sets, and then comes the inputs for 5A. So and it then gives you the outcome, which is 6, which is the strategy document. So everything starts with current performance evaluation. Where do you stand now in terms of your current strategy, in terms of your current performance numbers, in terms of what you have achieved now, and what are your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, the whole scanning of that. That is actually your start point, which is 1A. Then it translates into 1B. So the output of 1A becomes the input of 1B. And 1B takes the what kind of analysis? It examines, your current mission, vision, objectives, and policies. So it is very important to readjust anything, as I told you, which has not worked in the past, or to see that the organization, the leadership, the stakeholders, the investors, the shareholders want you to go where, in which direction. And this combined analysis goes and becomes the input of stage 2. In the stage 2, there has to be a review by your board of directors, by your top management, and also how the corporate governance mechanism will help you to lock your inputs. Once these inputs are logged, then you go in further deep down analysis at the operational level. So then the work of the COO and the CEO starts. They need to scan the 3A. They need to scan and assess the external environment, the natural elements of the, let's say, the cycle of pastel analysis. We will learn about this, that how to see that what you can do for the environment, how you will be impacted by regulation, by technology, by political situations, by social interactions, and so on. So you will go and assess the external environment. In 4A, you will be actually assessing internal environment. Is your organization structure okay? Is your operating model within your organization, the processes, the culture, the resources are adequate enough to deliver the strategy or not? If not, then what you need to adjust? So a combination of external assessment and internal assessment. You can say that these both are a special type of, let's say, audits. So once these are completed, from 3A you get to 3B, which is analyze external factors for opportunities and threats. Whereas this internal scanning gives you strengths and weaknesses. So remember that. Remember clearly that external scanning gives you opportunities and threats. Internal scanning gives you strengths and weaknesses. Then you combine them together and you have a revised SWOT. So you started with the old SWOT, SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats analysis. And now you have a revised version of your SWOT, which is connected with your strategic focus. And this actually is going to give you all what is required for the strategy house. It will give you revised values, it will give you revised strategic pillars, and it will give you all the projects you require in order to translate your opportunities into projects, your threats, let's say, into mitigations, your strengths becoming your competitive advantages, and your weaknesses towards making and improving your capabilities on them. This is the whole strategic decision making process. Please ask any questions now on this one. In the next 3 hours, we are going to study each and every stage and each and every step of it. Any questions here, please? Have you done any of
May I?
SWOT analysis in your life? Yes, please.
Yeah, many times. Yeah, not one.
Great, great.
We are living with this SWOT, but I'm confused about the revised SWOT. I want to know where in the diagram is the initial and where is the revised is the last one in A,
Yeah,
in
initial
5A.
is
But
one
where is
A,
the
1A.
1A? So
Yeah,
in
when
1A I do the initial. Okay.
no, 1A actually is the last year one. So we are not starting from zero, we are starting from something. So you will have a previous SWOT with you, for
Previous one.
example. Yeah, so you will evaluate the current performance results based on that particular SWOT. So that is very important as a baseline. But if you are doing it the first time, then you will not have that data. Then you will be having 5A only. Clear?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, great.
Let me ask
Very
you
good
another
question.
part. So
Yes.
the strategy comes from the entrepreneur or an XYZ. So here that because we are talking about a strategy, it
Yeah.
suppose comes from the board of director or an entrepreneur or how it's supposed to be.
No, see, a strategy. Now, this is a very complex question, not easy to answer. Why? Because if it's a new business altogether, where it has not been established yet, then it will come from an entrepreneurship concept. For example, if it's a new tech company, it's a fintech company, it's a new organization, all the way fresh. Then entrepreneur will be actually feeding most of the strategic elements. But if we are talking about not a established business, where things are moving ahead and the organization is there for some time, the business already exists, then you will see that the influence of the board, the top management, the stakeholders, the shareholders, the investors is huge. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So let me move to the other PowerPoint, and it will help you in order to understand more, things when we will take, the next area. Now, this is what I want you to now focus on. So I am going to take you through the process of a strategic management with the help of these 4 stages. So I'm making it more simpler in a way that I can put together things which will become easier. So this one diagram tells you all about strategic management. Only this one diagram will tell you. So starting from the left side, what is there? That is the input side. And what inputs we require to formulate the strategy, it will depend upon environmental scanning. And environmental scanning is a process of gathering information. How you will gather the information? Through external scanning and internal scanning. External scanning will give you opportunities and threats, whereas internal scanning will give you strengths and weaknesses. What do you mean by opportunities and threats, and what things are covered in external, let's say, information gathering and analysis are all related to nature, environment, resources, societal information, journal forces which are acting on your business, the task environment, and industry analysis. So these are all external things. They are not internal in your organization, but connected to your business. Similarly, if we go down towards the internal strengths and weaknesses, we will see that we have to check within your organization how decision making is done, how empowerment is established, what type of culture are there, what is the belief and expectation systems, what is the chain of command and the authority, empowerment, devolution of powers, and so on. And then what resources are available in terms of assets, skills, competencies, knowledge, people, and so on. So once all this input is being gathered through certain tools, which also we are going to study, a long range planning can be done. And this planning will create and give us some advantages. What are those advantages? Mission, objectives, strategies, policies. Mission means, why do you exist? What is the existence of your entity and your industry and your business? Objectives, what results you want to accomplish and by when? Strategies, what is the plan to achieve your mission and objectives? And then your policies, broader guidelines for decision making, that what will facilitate the achievement of those plans. Then this whole block becomes the input of the implementation exercise, where you will be putting your strategy into action. So programs, projects, budgets, activities, planning, your cost of the programs, your budgeting, your sequencing of the milestones and the projects, and chalking out your interdependencies, all is done in the implementation part. The last part is monitoring performance. How you will evaluate, how you will monitor the performance with the KPIs, with what type of governance, how you will measure success, how you will measure that really the strategy has worked and the planning has given its fruit. So this is the whole process of strategy formulation and putting it into action and taking it to the lead. So any questions here, please? Anyone? Has anybody involved in all this in their organization?
Yes.
Can you give us some good and bad experiences around it? What you people learn, or what you people did not follow, or what you people did very good?
Yeah,
Any
basically,
experiences will help.
yeah, definitely. I have two experience I can share with you.
Mm-hmm.
2 years before, we started one medical center.
Mm-hmm.
As we have discussed, these all that we have studied the market, we did the SWOT analyzing and all those things. Accordingly, we started, and in maximum 1.5 years, that institution was in the right direction, and that we reached break even.
Very
So
good.
anyhow, it's still further growing with the system and all those things. During COVID, we have started our online pharmacy here.
Mm-hmm.
And COVID was anyhow, we had a plan that time. It was not well known with the people, especially in Qatar. So, but during COVID, it's an essential. So that time we don't have enough time to plan, assign, and sort analysis and all, because there
Mm-hmm.
was a big demand. So we try to utilize the opportunity. And that time it was a great success.
Very good.
So what, once the COVID, cases are down and the people start to move out and all, we realized that improper planning lead not a good business. Even the business dropped down. I cannot say that it's under loss and all, but the improper planning still I'm suffering. Now I'm putting the corrective measurement to make sure that a proper strategy and all now I'm working on.
Very nice. Very good business case you have given here, and we should learn from all the experience you have shared just now. I'm really thankful for this example which you brought up, because everybody sitting here is from the healthcare industry. That you people started with a good planning, and then that planning actually phased out because of the circumstances changes. And this happens in many of the businesses, that sometimes new business laws are coming, sometimes new players in the market come, which disturb the whole situation. Can you close your mic, please? Thank you. Yeah. Especially sometimes government brings in taxation, sometimes government brings in new regulations, or your competitor gets very strong because they get a new competitive advantage which you never thought of. Now, this does not mean that you will keep going in a straight line and following that strategy which you have made, that it is from God and you cannot change it. No. Nowadays, the dynamic approach has to be there, and that dynamic approach feeds into tweaking and re-looking at your strategy even more frequently than 1 year. There are monthly reviews, quarterly reviews, H1 and H2, first half of the year and second half of the year reviews, which give you an opportunity that if you have a good PMO, Project Management Office, if you have a good corporate governance and a strategy team working within your organization, they will be able to realign, readjust, and do all this exercise in a very, very fast manner, which will actually lead towards stopping some of the programs, even holding back some of the projects, and then feeding the resources and the money into those high priority ticket items which are low hanging fruits because of the changed situation of COVID, or changed the situation of redirecting your resources towards online delivery of medicines and so on and so forth. So always we have to realize that planning is important, yes. Sticking to that implementation is important, but there has to be a a strong a review mechanism which is on the basis of pulse, not on the basis of that we will wait till this whole process finishes and we will change it after that. That will actually harm us. Okay. So thank you very much for this example. Anybody else wants to add anything before we move forward? Anything from anyone? No? Okay, so let's move forward. Now, some definitions, some fundamentals, some groundwork. Now, those people who are with us today, and they are not part of, let's say, a strategic management team in their hospitals or clinics or organizations. For them, these 10, 15, 20 slides are very important. This will give them a base knowledge about what a strategy is about. So first of all, be very clear with the simplest definition of a strategy, that it's a long range plan, and long range means that it is not going to be completed in 1 or 2 months or 3 months. So range can be, as I told you, 1 year, or 1 year to 3 years, or 3 years to 5 years. So it's a long range plan of action oriented to achieve defined goals. And it follows a strategic planning process. And what process does it follow? This is the process. I told you about the process. And then it is implemented through strategic management. So how it is implemented? I told you already. It is implemented through projects. It is implemented through people. Okay. Now, these are some interesting definitions. Let's go into more deeper definitions. Grant says that Strategic management is a process where we think strategically, means that we think from planning perspective and we set the objectives of the organization, vision of the organization, planning, and make necessary changes for implementation. And then we measure the outcomes. So we all agree with this definition. We have already covered everything. Now let's see the second definition. The second definition is again from Peter Drucker, that strategic management is the art and science. Now this is interesting one. He says that it is an art and science. And art and science comes from where? Comes from innovation, comes from uniqueness, comes from a standpoint of individuality. So he says that when you are formulating your strategy, you will have to bring in all these innovative ways of working from artistic point of view and with the scientific evidences. Then implementing and evaluating cross-functional decisions. This is very true. Strategies cannot work with silos. What do I mean by this? Silos means that working individually, whether in your own team or in your own box or in your own department. A good strategy has cross-functional decision making. Cross-functional means that one department will do something, another department will do something, another department will do something, and then you will be able to achieve the objectives. So if the organization is not talking to each other, people are not, supporting each other, then it will not work. And here comes the culture. Here comes the collaboration, teamwork, understanding each other, building things together concept comes into play. The last one, strategic management, therefore, is a process which integrates the activities of various functions in the business, such as marketing, sales, production, all work together in order to deliver one organization goal. Now, just to see that it's a boat where all these departments are rowing, and if, for example, on one side the rowing is faster and one side the rowing is slower, what happens is that you will not go straight. You will go right or left and you will not be able to reach your destination. So everybody should know that how much they need to give, when they need to give. If this synchronization happens, you are able to deliver your strategy. So how to see a common strategic planning theme? It starts from trends analysis, where we were in the past. So historical data, all the historical data about your organization, about people capabilities, about financial numbers, about your projects, about your previous strengths and opportunities and threats, about your previous competitive advantage, all the trend analysis need to be known. From there you start. And then your mission, vision, and strategic plan comes, that where we are now, where we want to be, and how will we get there. So this is how, it works out. Now, why strategy is necessary? We have seen a lot of cartoons in the morning, and we saw lots of messages which came from those cartoons, that what happened when a strategy was not into the right frame of work. So a strategy gives us a good knowledge about our competition. It gives us knowledge about our customers' needs, and it tells us that where is actually our resources and how to utilize the resources in an efficient manner. It is a necessity for a very effective and efficient operations management. So when you know what you have to do, what you have to bring in, what you have to minus, what you need to add, you will be able to plan your operations effectively. Third box, your strategy helps you dealing with change. I remember in the morning, one lady was saying that they are going through a leadership transformation. Their leadership is changing. Now, with the change of leadership, definitely there will be some more strategies which will come out. Some more directions will be known. The new leaders will navigate the investment or the organization in a new direction, maybe. So, how the employees, how the people in the organization will respond to this change. If a strategy is clear, they will be able to understand this change of transformation and this change of direction, and everybody will be able to readjust themselves, otherwise, not. Then a strategy helps you in focusing on your competitive advantage, because that is your uniqueness. That is why people come to you, and how you will retain it and how you will protect it. Last one is that whenever a strategy is planned, there is always, the focus on ROI, and ROI is return on investment. So at the end, every organization is existing for the purpose of profitability. I'm not talking about NGOs or those organizations which are humanitarian, non-profit organizations. Apart from them, all other are working towards profitability. The shareholders, the investors, everybody at the in the organization is working towards, return on investment, and there has to be a time allowance given to them to gain the return on investment from change. When change happens in the organization, a new strategy comes in, it takes its own toll, it takes its own time. That is called a time allowance. So a new strategy will take time to deliver the advantages. So people have to be patient that why it is not working. Top management has to be patient why it is not working. It will work if it is done properly, it will work, but you need to give it time. And that is how the whole strategy cycle, works. Now let's see implementation. So this is an interesting slide for you. A strategy is,
May I
yes,
have a
please.
question?
Yeah, please.
Just in the previous slide, we gave the change in the strategy time as a time allowance to be expressing itself. How do we know that that change is going to the right direction? Maybe the time will
Very
be
good,
lost
very
and
good.
the direction and the direction was wrong from the beginning.
No, no, you are absolutely right. See, there are ways in which you do change management. So, change management as a topic we are going to touch in our last discussion. There are 5, 6 slides which will tell you how to make sure that change is happening, and how and why change does not happen. Change is having a challenge of resistance in the organization. If that resistance is managed in an efficient manner, and those who are change champions are given proper opportunities, and those who are against the change are given proper communication, and their way of thinking and mindset is shifted as early as possible, change will happen. The only problem is that the management of change is right or not from the start, as you said. And we will learn about this, that what signs, tells us that it is working or not working. And if actions have been taken and results are not known, we can judge, in a much more early stage that things are not going in the right direction. So let it be a discussion for later, but somehow I'm just trying to cover the point that there are ways available to judge it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay.
Now this slide is interesting. It gives a concept which is based upon how the top management, thinks. So strategy and strategic management is connected with the top people. Yes, of course, because they are given the responsibility of leadership, navigation, and taking the organization into the future. But the way strategic management touches the CEOs, the general managers, the senior managers, is this different from how it touches other employees? No, it is not very different. Everybody is accountable at their level. Everybody has to bear the ways in which they will be able to implement. Somebody's mic is open. Please close the mic, or if you want to say something, go ahead. You want to say something? Okay, then please close your mic. Thank you. Then comes the analytical thinking. Now, what is analytical thinking? Those people who are the decision makers in the strategy, they need to depend upon real-time analysis and analytical thinking data. A good business strategy has good data behind it. And data also tells you that what is working and what is not working. So absolutely, yes, this is how it has to be in the whole hierarchy at different level. Different people have different ways. Now, senior managers are also strategists at their own level. Why? Because they are the owners of this information. They gather, analyze, organize information. They are the people actually who are providing the information to the larger decision makers in terms of industry and competitive trends, how the future would look like, what will be the forecasting which they can predict from now on the basis of predictive analytics, that where we will be in the next 3 to 6 months, or where the industry will be and in what direction it is going. Then evaluation of corporate and divisional performance and what is happening within the organization. They can also give and paint a picture of its performance. These things need to be combined together, and this is the job of a senior manager in order to support the strategic management. So therefore, strategic management is not run on the top only. It is an integration of activities where various functions have to sit together. Business works in a way that marketing and sales and production all combine together and share their information and collaborate with each other. This is how it works in the best way. This is an interesting slide also. There can be two CEOs in the same industry and in the same country, and they might be having a completely different view of their strategy. So, the $1 million question is, which strategy is most effective and efficient to achieve the organization's objectives? This will depend upon external scanning and internal scanning. These two CEOs in the same industry, in the same country, will have the same external scanning, but their internal scanning will be different because both the organizations will be very different from each other from inside. So, outside the scanning is the same, but internal scanning is different, and this differentiation creates a different strategy altogether. One organization may be going, in another direction because they don't have the internal capabilities in order to advance in a certain direction which is coming from their external scanning. At the same time, another organization may take that risk and opportunity. Why? Because they have the capability internally in order to take that challenge. So that is why we see different strategies being there. Now, what are the benefits? Benefits, I have told you, if you are, and benefits came also from the example which that gentleman gave us, that how in Doha, in Qatar, sorry, in Doha, in Qatar, they established, a new unit and a new company, and for their business vertical, and it started very good, and then there were challenges later on because decisions were taken extempore. They did not had time in order to plan properly, and they were just in the execution mode, which is called actually a killer loop. So once you are in that killer loop, you are not able to come out of it, and only with certain shocks you come out from that loop, and then you realize that there is something missing in your business planning, which is not giving you those results which you are expecting. Then another cycle starts, that is called the corrective cycle. So that corrective measures need to be taken in order to go back to what you aspired for. So The benefits of a strategic management which are mentioned here are exactly the same thing, that you need to maintain your competitive advantage, you need to create a service or a product which is better than your competitors, you need to have policies and annual objectives, and these policies and guidelines and rules and procedures have to be translated in all your organization. You should have an impact in terms of improvement in sales, profitability, and productivity from strategic management. And also, there has to be short-term goals and long-term goals. You cannot only live with long-term. And then employees' productivity has to show clearly, and you need to see the resistance in your employees towards the change and clear all that confusions. Then comes a reward and relationships with your suppliers, with your customers, and with your employees, because all of them have a different relationship within the organization. Your employees have relations which are called employee relations, then you have investor relations, then you have supplier relations, and then you, on the other side, you have your customer relations. So all that has to be managed efficiently. So this is all about those things. Now, few more slides. Corporate governance. Now, you tell me, what is corporate governance? Have you heard any of those names which are written at the bottom? The Canadian model, the UK and American model, the German model, Italian model, French model, Japanese model, and then there's an Indian model of corporate governance. Some are government mandated. So, for example, the UK and American model name is Sarbanes-Oxley. Canadian model is called, I think so, the traditional model, and so on and so forth. There are various names given. Board of directors is a concept which is coming from the Italian model, and French model is different, where stakeholders are given, higher value and so on. So, what is corporate governance? Corporate governance is a process through which highly strategic decisions are taken in a controlled manner. Okay. Give me an example of a family business. In a family business, who takes the decisions? A big family business.
الفردان family.
So who takes the decisions?
Head of the family.
Head of the family, fine. And are they challenged by anyone if that decision is right or wrong?
No.
No, they are not challenged. Okay. Now let's take an example of another company where there is a COO. So Chief Operating Officer. Chief Operating Officer is challenged by whom? He or she is challenged by the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer. Who is challenged by the CEO? The Board of Directors challenge the CEO. Now, who keeps a check on the financials? An audit committee, can be internal auditors, can be external auditors, which don't report to the CEO, which don't report to the CEO. They directly report to your investors. They directly report, to the securities exchange or the authorities, or they directly report to board of directors. So there are different mechanisms and models which are there in the world, which are mentioned down from countries' perspectives, but each objective of each of these corporate governance models is the same: to protect the shareholders' right, to ensure the disclosure and transparency of the profitability, and also to follow the government's regulatory framework. What government says in terms of health and safety, compliance, regulation, and so on. For example, if your company is following the corporate governance financial standards, they have to comply to IFRS, International Financial Systems, ratings. That will actually make sure that no frauds, the capability of the frauds will go down. I cannot say that no frauds will be there, but the chances and the risks will be lowered. So, corporate governance is part of your strategy implementation, so that the decision making is not in the hands of few people. It can be challenged and the effects of these can be seen, in the organization more effectively. This gives way to the modern approach of strategic formulation. In the past, the methodology was called a senior management pushing things down, which was called the design approach. Now, the new strategy formulation process is called the emergence process, where a strategy is considered as continuously, making decisions, enacting them, and even lower level people are involved, like your supervisory layer, managerial layer, and information is pushed up in order to see your internal strengths and your weaknesses combined with opportunities and threats to give you an emergence strategy. I'm not saying that all the organizations are doing it. You will see learned organizations, advanced organizations taking emergence approach, but still a huge quantity of organizations are using top-down approach, which is the design approach where a strategy is made at the top without taking information from within, and it is pushed down, through the within the organization. And this leads towards a strategic fit
Excuse
problem.
me.
Yes, please.
So what's the cons and the pros in each one? Is there any a situation in which we need the emergence strategies and another institutions or company we need
Okay, very good question. Uh, I will, from my experience, what I have seen is that from industry to industry, and also in a situation where your business is private or public, may have a big difference. I have seen in public organizations, government-owned entities, the left side is popular, where you will see the development is done through a top-down approach and pushed approach because of the way the public sector works. But when you come to the private sector, you will see that most of the organizations follow the emergence strategy. So there is no direct pros and cons of these things, but the only problem comes in both of these strategies need to be planned in an efficient manner. If there is a gap, whether you take the design approach or the emergence approach, then definitely you will not get the results. Now, what is the latest trend? The trend is that organizations, even in the public sector or the semi-government sector, are moving towards the emergence style. And why? If we go back to Michael Porter's theory, in terms of looking into a strategy formulation, he says that the design approach works only in certain situations, but emergence works in all the situations. So if you are on the design side, there are more risks that your people are not involved. In emergence, your people are involved. Everybody knows what to do, and you will be able to get a higher a value from the people and lower the risks. In the design format, it can be pushed forcefully. There are no, let's say, feedback from the people that what's working and what's not working, and that may be acceptable to a certain extent for the public sector. So, because they might not look into profitability. For example, municipalities, steel mills, airlines, some other public services like electricity and power and others. Sometimes they are not making money, but they have to give that service for the infrastructure of the country, and it has to work in that manner. Even with losses, they continue doing what they are doing. So maybe because of this top-down approach, they are able to do it. With the emergence approach, they will not be able to do it. Have I answered your question? Are
great.
you
Thank you
aligned?
so much. Very clear.
Yeah. So this is the way things are. So there is no right or wrong here. It will depend upon industries and it will depend upon many things. Okay. Thank you for asking the question. Now, strategic fit. This is what I was explaining just now. Is your strategy a fit or not? So there is no one size fits all situation. A strategic fit means that your strategy will depend upon the consistency of your internal and external environment. You will have to find out, the alignment of the activities in your business, and you will have to look inside out. I will repeat again, you will have to look inside out your resources, your capabilities, and then outside how you will achieve those goals. So a good strategic fit means that your activities are aligned with your strategy. Everybody is interacting and reinforcing and supporting each other, and you are all optimized in a way to use resources efficiently. Optimize means what? Resources used efficiently to reach the strategic goal of the organization. So I will stop here. Let's take a 10 minutes break, and then we will start from the competitive advantage, and then we will go into Porter's strategies, and I will run a small video for you when we come back from the 10 minutes break, and that will open our eyes, that how strategies work and how strategies don't work. So everybody is okay? Everybody is here with me?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
please.
Yes,
yeah,
yes, we are
yeah.
with you.
Thank you.
Doctor.
Great, great. So let's have a 10 minutes break, okay? And we will come back at 3:12,
Sure.
okay?
Yes.
Short break.
Thank
So
you.
grab a cup of coffee or a tea so that you are not sleeping.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. I can't hear.
Yes, because we are on 10-minute break.
So I'm back now. 10 minutes are done. It's 3:13. Okay. So as promised, I'm going
We
to
are back.
thank you.
We
We
are
are
back, doctor.
yeah, I'm going to share a video which is an Harvard Business Review interview with the Michael Porter himself, and he will be explaining you his five forces strategic model. The next coming slides are based upon that model. So what I want you to do is take your pen and pencil, paper.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Did you share with us your slide?
No, 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 nothing. I'm going to
Oh,
share
yeah.
a video. I'm going to share a
Okay.
video with you people,
Because
and I would like you to take notes. It's a 10-minute video, and there is very important things which are being said by Michael Porter about his five forces model. Write few things which you like about it, and which concepts you would like to know more about, and then we will have a follow-up discussion of 10 minutes on that. That's very important for any strategy formulation, that we learn from the best in the industry, and that is Michael Porter. So this is a Harvard Business Review video, and it is available on YouTube also. What I'm doing here is that I am pasting that video link also here while I will be running it also. So this is the YouTube link which I have just pasted in the chat, HBR interview with Michael Porter. So let me start the video with the audio also, and please take your notes and let me know after that what are the takeaways. So can you see the screen showing Harvard Business
yes,
Written?
Yes, sir.
Yes, doctor.
Yes.
Great. So I'm starting now okay.
I'm Tom Stewart, editor and managing director of the Harvard Business Review. Our guest today is Michael Porter, professor at Harvard University and head of the Institute for Strategy and Competitiveness. He's the author of the forthcoming HBR article, The 5 Competitive Forces That Shape Strategy, a reaffirmation, update, and extension of his groundbreaking 1979 article, How Competitive Forces Shape Strategy. Mike, thanks for joining the program. To start, let's remind our viewers of what the 5 competitive forces are.
Well, Tom, the basic idea of the competitive forces starts with the notion that competition is often looked at too narrowly by managers. And the 5 forces say that, yes, you're competing with your direct competitors, but you're also in a fight for profits with a broader extended set of competitors, customers, who have bargaining power, suppliers who can have bargaining power, new entrants who might come in and kind of grab a piece of the action, and substitute products or services that essentially place a constraint or a cap on your profitability and growth. So the 5 forces is kind of a holistic way of looking at any industry and understanding the structural underlying drivers of profitability and competition.
So I use these to think about my rival makes it difficult for me. The threat of substitutes means I can't overcharge. The threat of new entrants means I can't overcharge.
Right.
And the same thing with the
buyers
power
and suppliers.
supply.
And there's underlying drivers of each of those forces that the model really sort of unveils, and then you can actually apply this. Every industry is different. Every industry will have a different set of economic fundamentals, but the 5 forces help you home in on, first of all, what's really causing profitability in your industry, what are the trends that are the most likely to be significant in changing the game in the industry, where are the constraints which if you can relax them might allow you to find a really strong competitive position.
So how would you apply this analysis to an industry, airlines, for example?
Well, airlines is a great industry. It's actually you'll see in the article, you've seen in the article, that there's a chart that compares profitability of industries, and airlines, I think, has been on the bottom of that list for decades. It's one of the least profitable industries known to man, and the five forces really allows you very quickly to understand why. I mean, let's just go around the chart. The nature of rivalry is incredibly intense, and it's almost exclusively on price. It's been very hard to differentiate, to get the customer to wait even an extra 2 or 3 minutes for another flight if they can get on the flight at a cheaper price. So there's been a very intense price competition, low barriers to entry, a constant stream of new airlines coming into the industry, despite the fact that the profitability is low. It's always puzzled me.
The low barriers to entry because you can rent a plane, you don't have to buy them.
You can rent a plane, you can lease a gate. It's all generic technology. You can start with one flight between 2 city pairs. You don't have to, there's no real need to have a whole network in the beginning. And yet people keep coming in. I think it's just one of those sexy industries. It's a great example of how sexiness or coolness or hotness or chicness has nothing to do with industry profitability. The underlying structure is what drives profitability. The customer is very fickle and price sensitive. Suppliers of aircraft and aircraft engines and even aircraft gates at airports now have a lot of clout. They can bargain away most of the profits. GE and Rolls-Royce and Airbus and Boeing make a lot more money than airlines. They get most of the profit. And then, of course, there's always a substitute of getting on the train or driving your car or shipping your goods by air, and that's kind of kept a concern.
And you have powerful suppliers of labor too. That's another powerful supplier.
Right, exactly. There's a great case where you have unionized labor, and unlike other industries, in this industry, particularly with the pilots, the labor can literally shut you down, and there's no way around them. So it's an industry where there are spurts of what you might call mediocre profitability, punctuated by long periods of terrible profitability.
So every one of the five forces is very strong in that industry.
Yeah.
And you could take another industry where the five forces are
Right.
relatively benign
Right.
in all cases.
Like soft drinks. I mean, soft drinks has been a license to mint money, and again, it's the opposite kind of analysis. When I talk with students, we kind of joke around. There's five-star industries where all the forces are attractive, like soft drinks. There's zero-star industries where all the forces are unfavorable, like airlines. And we're always trying to understand, okay, what's the configuration of underlying economic drivers that's going to really shape the profit potential of this industry? And then armed with that insight, what do I do about it? How do I try to relax the constraint that's holding back industry profitability? How can I position myself to kind of insulate from some of the gale winds of those forces? And those implications of the five forces are something that this new article has developed in much more detail.
You conceived this framework nearly 3 decades ago, and it has been the most extensively used both in management scholarship and management practice of any strategy framework. And I mean, it really has it changed the definition of strategy in a lot of ways. In these 3 decades, what have you learned? What have you learned about the application of these ideas in the real world of business?
Well, the wonderful thing, of course, we learned is that these concepts can be applied to literally any industry. It's a product, a service, high tech, low tech, emerging economies, developed economies. Indeed, what one of the powers of the framework is it helps you avoid getting trapped or tricked by the latest trend or the latest technological sensation, and really allows you to focus on the underlying fundamentals. The internet's a good example. We got very, very confused by the internet because people saw the internet as a force as opposed to really enabling technology that might or might not impact the underlying structure of the industry. So I think one thing I've learned is the framework is very, very robust, but I've also learned that there's a lot of confusion and complexity in actually applying the framework in actual practice, and we've tried to clear as many of those areas up as we could in this new article. For example, how to think about rivalry. How do we understand when rivalry is really positive sum, which allows companies to, many companies to do well, and when does rivalry become really zero sum, where everybody's kind of dragged down into kind of a destructive battle that you can't win? That's
I can understand zero sum. I mean, if we get in a price war, the only one who wins is the consumer, which
Yep.
is nice if you're a consumer.
Yep.
But what do you mean by positive sum competition?
Well, the trouble with the zero-sum competition is then the consumer gets a low price, but they really get no choice. And a positive-sum competition is where companies can compete on different attributes, services, features, customer support, that's actually relevant to particular groups of customers. And the most really positive-sum competition is where companies are really competing on different things in order to meet the needs of different
So
segments
we're growing
of
the pie,
customers.
and there's a piece for each of us.
There's a piece of us. In fact, one of the things we talk about in the new article, one of the things I did in the new article that we really probably didn't have the experience to do so many years ago was really talk a lot about the implications. If this is the way competition works, what do you do about it? And one of them might be, in some industries, rather than go for market share against your rivals, you might be much better off just really expanding the pie, expanding the whole profit pool of the industry. That may be the best way for a market leader to actually improve their circumstances rather than to trigger a destructive battle, with their head-to-head rival.
How should a company get started using the 5 forces framework? You're working your strategy up. You decide this really works for me. How do you begin?
Well, I think industry analysis and looking at the competitive environment is, of course, probably the starting basic discipline of any strategy formulation process. If you don't know what your industry looks like, if you don't know how it's changing, if you don't know what the drivers of competition are, you might as well, strategy is going to be, marginally useful if not destructive. So we got to start with industry analysis. Figuring out what your industry is and drawing the right boundaries.
And that's not always easy.
It's not always easy. We've added a box in this new article which really addresses that question because I encountered so many companies that struggled with industry definition. Identifying really what the industry structure is in your particular industry. And then there's another thing that a lot of managers do. They kind of go through the industry analysis and they say, okay, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. So this is a attractive industry or an unattractive industry. But of course, the real question is, how's that industry changing? Some have taken the 5 forces as really a static snapshot. But of course, the 5 forces give you the tools for understanding the dynamics and where's that industry structure changing, how are buyers and suppliers and substitutes and potential entry evolving, and then what implications does that hold for your strategy? How do you position yourself to find that spot within the industry that you're where you can command a really good profit given the 5 forces? How can you maybe reshape the nature of the industry structure? And we've got some great new examples that are very, very contemporary in this article that I think will help the manager community and the investor community really understand the application of this.
Sometimes when people think about strategy, they think about a group of people, maybe from a management consulting firm or maybe on the 33rd floor of the building, whatever it is, but this sort of elite strategy priesthood that goes and does this, and they're almost divorced from the rest of the management of the company, the 99% of the other people working in the company. How can a strategy become part of the day-to-day life of a working stiff manager in a company? How do you apply this framework, this thinking? How do you use it?
Well, we think that this way of looking at an industry needs to be very, very broadly understood in the organization. I mean, and the thing about it is that managers, even rank and file employees, it's intuitive. People understand. We have these customers, we have these suppliers. We're struggling with them every day. They're trying to get a better deal. We're trying to get a better deal. So intuitively, I think this is a way of helping people sort of step back from all the excruciating little details that characterize any business and say, what's really important here? And then, of course, we've learned that strategy is completely useless, again, unless the results of the strategy process, the position that you choose to occupy, the way you're going to drive your company, is well understood quite broadly. Because the number one purpose of strategy is alignment. It's really to get all the people in the organization making good choices, reinforcing each other's choices, because everybody's pursuing a common value proposition, a common way of gaining competitive advantage. So, I remember when I wrote this article, there were many people who believed that strategy documents should be locked in the safe at night. and should not be made available to the rank and file. There was a concern that some competitor would find some secret. Well, we've actually learned now that it's the opposite. You've got your employees got to know your strategy, your channels have to know your strategy, your suppliers have to know your strategy,
and your competitors probably knew it already.
Well, and frankly, if again, the competition is not zero sum. If every company finds a unique need that it can set out to meet, if it tries to deliver something different than its rivals, multiple rivals can be successful. And if your competitors kind of understand what you stand for and what you're committed to, maybe they'll make a different choice rather than get dragged into these kind of mindless price wars that we see in so many industries.
The 5 forces that shape strategy have been around for 30 years. They're going to be around for, well, they've been around for long. They were around long before you wrote about them.
That's right.
They've been around as long as business has been around. They're going to be around as long as business is around. The new article is just fabulous, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I'm looking forward to kind of getting another surge of feedback from the practitioners, and we'll keep learning. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you very much for listening, and I hope so that you enjoyed this video. Now let's talk about it, that what we have learned from this. Okay. Can anybody comment on what was the 5 forces discussion about? Hanan, please go ahead.
Hello. He started talking about the 5 forces, which is like the threat of substitute, the bargaining of the supplier, the buyer, and also the threat of a new company or a new that will compete with your company. And also he talked about the purpose of the strategy, that it needs to be aligned with everyone in your industry, in your company. It's not something that you hide, thinking that others won't know about it.
Very good, Hanan. Thank you. Let's other also, contribute to the discussion. Thank you very much for listening, and you have started on a very good, note that what are the forces, and then the alignment is required, and so on and so forth. Okay, let me ask another question, and anybody is welcome, please, to answer. Yeah.
Yeah. Just to add to her, because she is very well, very informative, Hannah. Just to add to it, you should, with the competitors, you should look for the other to enhance or to magnify the pie, so that you can share as much here.
Yeah. Waleed, this concept is very important. That what happens is that when we are working against our competition, this is what he was referring to as positive sum and zero sum approach. So if it is a zero sum approach, we will try to kill our competitor. We will reduce the price, we will give offers, we will put sales, we will reduce our margins, and then we will kill, the competitors based upon price war, or based upon something which is, we are able to do and they are not able to do, in terms of, again, how we handle things in the business. But that will be disastrous for the industry. And positive sum actually is an attitude where we will focus on our strengths and we will let others focus on their strengths, and then we all work together and expand the business. So this is how, things work. Maybe you have noticed when you go to market, you see that when a new shop opens, then similar kind of shops open, nearby. Why? Because to attract more and more consumers, and people will come for the same needs to that particular place. And there is a competition going on among those shops. But they are actually trying to build, a situation. And in that situation, the benefit is for everyone, whether it is consumer or whether it is consumer. So that is very, very, good point. Now, I think so, if you may, Euphemia has written that people should know the strategy in your company. Very, very important point was raised, that it should not be put in lock and key, and everybody should know about it. Okay. Now, one more question I want to ask, and anybody can answer. There were 2 industry examples were given. What were those 2 industries? Yeah, anybody would like to participate?
Airlines and just soft drinks.
Yes, Anand, thank you very much. So, Shagufta, you also want to say something. What was the discussion about airline industry? Yeah. Who is going to talk about the airline industry? What Michael Porter said about the airline industry. Is it a profitable industry?
It's not a profitable industry
Why not, Ashraf?
because of the expenses. First of all, that the air flight itself it's expensive, and the operation cost and limited with few people. That these are the things that they are facing. And I'm sure that if you're looking to the most airline industries, most of them they are dropping down. And nowadays in COVID, we can see the same thing which is happening.
Okay. See, the thing is that let's not talk about the current situation of COVID. Let's talk about Michael Porter's five forces, that how those five forces are impacting the airline industry. So, number one, he said that the suppliers have a big control in the airline industry. Who are the suppliers who are giving the aeroplanes, who are giving, the permissions from the airports in order to land and the permits and so on. Can you please close your mic? Thank you. And then all other elements which are the forces of Michael Porter on the consumer side, on the customer side also is an issue that they can seek, whatever the cheapest tickets and the routes, they get. So you don't have a control on that. And then there is unionization of pilots, unionization environment of the industry, which also makes, the management weak. So all these forces are not working for them. And of course, then comes the expensiveness and things like that. So what happens actually is that it is considered as one of the industries which is the lowest when Michael Porter's five forces are applied. So this is the way, he expresses that. On the other side, he gave an example of the another industry. Who is going to take that example? Anybody wants to talk about the industry related to cold drinks? Yeah. Carbonated
I
drinks?
think drink, I think.
Yeah. So anybody wants to talk about it, that how Coke and Pepsi or others, are considered as one of the industries where all the five forces are actually weak, and it gives, the advantage to everyone. So why we did this discussion? This discussion was important in order to understand these five forces and how they support in terms of formulation of the strategy. One or two things more which were explained by Michael Porter were about the challenges in terms of identification of industry, and also to know that how you will be able to work on your competitive advantage, how the organizations will be able to control the disruption with industry analysis. So that is the key in order to establish a good strategy. So let's go back to our slides. Just confirm me, you can see the slides now.
Yes, doctor.
Great. So, creating a competitive advantage. How can an organization create a competitive advantage? There are two ways in which it can be done: through external changes and through internal changes. External changes means that the faster the organization can adapt to the changes happening in the external environment, they will be able to reposition themselves. That is called the external change creation. And then on the other side, we have internal changes, that how the organization can compete through internally going through a transformation, reinvention, change, and innovation. So let's take an example of this. There have been big disruptions in the market in the last decade. One of those were in the transportation industry, where something happened which was out of bounds and out of controls, and it changed the way the public transportation system was perceived. I'm talking about Uber. So when Uber came as an app, it completely changed the way the public transportation system used to work. The taxi management and the mafias behind that, or the taxi privateers or the public domains, were all threatened by it. So the first reaction was that the government tried to regulate it. In some countries, they were able to do it. In some countries, they were not able to do it. And still, it's an open question. But then the adaptation happened. Those businesses which adapted it at a very early stage were far more successful than others. Similarly, lots of changes, a second wave of that thing is happening. And some of the businesses will be completely wiped out. For example, if you have used rent-a-cars, rent-a-car business is at a big threat. Why? Because of the concept of the next way the transportation usage is threatened through apps like You Drive, I Drive, and so on. So anybody sitting here have used the You Drive, I Drive app in order to get a car and drive themselves? Anybody sitting here has done that? These facilities are available in UAE. I don't know about KSA and Qatar and Bahrain.
Yeah, only in UAE, but I know the app, but I didn't use it actually. But I know
Okay,
how to
yeah. I'm explaining just about. Sorry.
I used once. I used once.
You used once. Okay, great. So
Yes.
the concept, how it is different from Uber. Uber is a chauffeur-driven service, whereas I Drive and You Drive is not a chauffeur-driven service. So you get to drive a car which is parked in a certain location, and you are given, an opportunity to drive it through a payment, through an app where you are registered, your driving license is registered, you sign a digital contract, in seconds, and then electronically the doors are open for the car, you drive it based upon the distance, the type of the car, and so on, and the agreed charges you pay, and then you leave the car as agreed. So this is how these things works. Now the middle party, which was the car rental companies, are out. So this has become very popular in certain parts of the world, and I see that in future there will be a big blow to this car rental agencies, and they will not be able to work with the general public. They might have to establish more stronger corporate businesses, but not at the individual level of the people, or they will have to start these services. So the more earlier they jump into this You Drive, I Drive model, they will be more successful. So the important thing which we learned here is that businesses need to see what is going around them, what disruptions are happening in the healthcare industry, and so on. Now, I am not very knowledgeable about the healthcare industry. Can anybody tell something which has happened in the healthcare industry which can be considered as an example of great change? Is something big disruption happen in the healthcare industry which will which will change the way the things are happening? Yeah, please explain.
I think, yes, please allow me.
Please.
Yeah, in pandemic corona, there is a good hospital which have already good infrastructures of the IT, and there's other hospital they don't have updated in IT. When people had look out time, they are unable to come to the hospital by themselves. So those who has a good IT, they started to have an phone consultations by having camera and using some of the app, which mean that the number of patients in the clinic as such was not drop significant, which mean that money flow still sustained to some extent. rather than those who is in the have no much of IT facilities, they were mainly depend on walk-in patient physically, and that almost 100%, almost I would say, some hospital was closed because they have no patient and they have
Very good.
financial
Very good
crisis.
example. Yeah, good example. I have heard about mobile clinics also, that mobile clinics, let's say, not only emergency services, but also doing things, in another way. I read an article also a couple of months back, how the GP practitioner's role is going to change in the future because of artificial intelligence. There is so much of data available, and nowadays good softwares are available which can do the initial diagnostics in a much more faster manner, and there might be lesser need of a GP consultant, and rather than people will like to go directly to the specialist consultants, and the GP consultant can be an AI software which has access to all the all the patient history, has access to all whatever medications have been given to the person in the past, and all his recent blood reports, blood work, X-ray work, and so on. And based upon the whole medical books, a part of that AI domain, it can run efficient algorithms in order to diagnose the best of the best, let's say, critical issues. So maybe the future goes, somewhere there, that in future we will have this. So again, going back to the point, which will be able to embark on this journey faster, those who adopt technology, who go forward with AI and so on. I don't know you agree with me on this or not. What I read, I am just reflecting back on you guys. So anybody has any comments? Anybody has any comments on this?
Yes, if you allow me, it's as my colleagues mentioned, the uncertainty of what happened last year for COVID and the beginning of something new led us all to be forced to a change which will be more digitalized, and the world is going to more digital what we call transformation and automation. Maybe one of the things that our friend said now, the teleconsultation that starts to be one of the mandations in UAE and in other countries. It's mandated. Maybe they stopped even the walk-in, as he said, and the teleconsultation was one of the main things. The second thing is the automation. How do we use the automated systems to respond? As you said, the AI is starting to be one of the rules diagnostic things. We can even have now watches that the patient is wearing it in some disease managed programs where it's checking the blood pressure and the blood pressure, it's checking the vitals, specifically the temperature
real
and
time,
maybe
real time.
And it is transmitted to a logic, an automated logic, where they respond immediately by either connecting the physician to call the patient, or to ask him to physically come. Great. Or in some situations when there is an emergency, they can even call the ambulance, and they be locating by GPS the patient's location. The second is the robotic science. Now is something that is magnificent, and someone in US can operate a patient in India easily by using this robotic technique, where he can be linked, both of them, through an application where they can easily perform the robotic surgery without even presence in the theater. Amazing. It's going more and more. Yeah, as you said, and if you allow me, it's something that they say in one of the articles that COVID started to change the way people were doing things prior to COVID.
So COVID acted actually as a catalyst. it pushed things, for a few years ahead, and it is equally implementable, in other industries also. See just how around you the banking industry has changed, the finance industry has changed. No more people are visiting the banks the way they used to go before. There was a concern about the security and the hacking of the apps, but nowadays everybody is comfortable using the apps given by banks, and mobile banking is on the rise. Number of branches have been reduced to more than 50% even in UAE for the banks. There is impact on everyone, and those who were technologically savvy, or now I will go back to my point, who were having a stronger competitive strategy and more insights, from their industry scanning, are far more advantageous in this journey than others, because there is a thin margin of time, when you can create your competitive advantage. Otherwise, other people create that thing. So this is how we should be looking at a strategy, not only from inside but also from outside. So this slide also tells us the same thing. Either we can go for cost leadership, where we will lower our price, or we should find some unique offering and focus on that. Now this is an important slide, and I would like to spend some time here that if, for example, your organization wants to grow and invest, then what are the different type of growth strategies they can have? So a list of strategies are here, and we need to discuss, very quickly and very fast all of them, starting from a strategic alliance. So strategic alliance and joint venture are very close to each other. If, for example, your company wants to make a partnership in a project, they can declare it as a strategic alliance, and they work together in order to get that business. A joint venture means that they sign an official MOU, memorandum of understanding, and they also do some of the work, which is being done good by company A, and some work done by company B, some work done by company C, but they are targeting that business as a joint venture. Equity partnership is different. Equity partnership means that 2 or 3 investors combine together, they invest their money, and they have equal partnership, and they grow the business from that point of view. The profit is also split as per the initial, let's say, contribution. There can be a silent partner, there can be a working partner, and so on. Fourth one is very important, mergers and acquisitions. So merger and acquisitions are two different things completely, though they are used together. Merger is different, acquisition is different. Let's take the example of UAE banks. There was a merger which happened, in the banks, where National Bank of Abu Dhabi was merged with First Abu Dhabi Bank. And why it is called a merger? Because a third bank was found, which is the First Abu Dhabi Bank. So that is an example of a merger where 2 entities combine together to form a new entity. Acquisition is very different. Again, I will give acquisition example same like this. ADCB, Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank, acquired Hilal Bank and acquired, I think so, Union National Bank. So that is an acquisition, because ADCB still exists. So they bought these other 2 and merged, in ADCB. So these are also growth strategies. These are called inorganic growth. So mergers and acquisitions are called inorganic growth. Organic growth means that you will grow the business from within with the same, company. Franchising, licensing are very close to each other. You can take a franchise like a Starbucks, Tim Hortons, and so on. Licensing means that you have license to sell, you are an agent, and so on. So you can grow your business by getting more and more licensing in your business. Contract manufacturing is very different. Contract manufacturing means that either your company will do the manufacturing based upon a contract for others, or you will outsource your contract manufacturing, elsewhere. For example, Apple is manufacturing their phones in China and Taiwan and so on. That is contract manufacturing. Management contract is different. Management contract means that you don't want to manage certain areas and you will outsource them as managed services contract. So you don't want to do certain things by your own hand in your organization. So you are outsourcing that. That is management contract. Turnkey operation is very different. Turnkey operation means that for some time at the start of the business, you will give it on a BOT basis, build, operate, and transfer model to a company who can run your business initially. And then as per the agreement, they will pass it on to you. I remember in 2006 when Do Telecom started in Dubai, they used the turnkey operation concept and they gave their whole network and the startup to Nokia Siemens. Nokia Siemens started their network and everything, and after 3 years, gave it back to Do Telecom. They continued for, I think so, a couple of years more, and then Ericsson was given the contract, and then later on, I think so, now Huawei has the contract. So turnkey operations are like that. The last two are also very important. If your organization wants to grow, they have two options. They can expand and use the strategy of greenfield or the strategy of brownfield. Greenfield strategy means that you are expanding and opening more hospitals or more clinics in other country and starting from scratch. Means that greenfield. So there is nothing there. You will have to buy a place, you will have to establish the hospital, you will have to establish everything. That is called greenfield operation. Brownfield operation means that you want to expand, but you take a existing, hospital there and you buy it, and then you rebrand it, you restructure it, you change it, and you change the process, people, everything, and then you launch it again. So that is the brownfield operations. So these are different options which organizations have. Now, any questions here before I move to the next slide? Everything is clear to you? Any questions you have in mind? Yes, please. All good?
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
Yes,
Thank you very
doctor.
much. Thank you. Now, divestiture strategy. Sometimes we are not growing. Sometimes we are shrinking. So this is opposite to expansion. Sometimes we need to disinvest. Sometimes we need to liquidate. We need to sell off those areas which are not giving us, profitability. So there can be a strategy to close a department, to close a business, or to sell off a small portion of your business. That is called divestiture strategy. Then comes integration strategy. Integration can be vertical or horizontal. Vertical means that you will actually work within your own organization in order to take up some supply chain. For example, Ford Motor Company started manufacturing glass for their automobiles. In this way, they eliminated the supplier. This is vertical integration. Horizontal integration is that you will expand, in a way that you will go beyond what you are doing. So, for example, you will start a new product. You will start new business in a new area. You will attend to new customers who are from another business, and you will take them. So that is horizontal integration. So it depends. Once you use your tools, you will know that you will go with vertical integration or you will go with horizontal integration. Your all scanning will give you that advantage. There are different types of vertical integrations, whether you go backward, forward, full vertical, partial. It depends how much are you going to focus on your vertical integration. Similarly, horizontal integration also gives you opportunity of mergers and acquisitions, and also to revive what you were doing before and go to larger markets and increase your profitability. I have already explained mergers and acquisitions. I have already explained, the retrenchment strategy or divestiture strategy. Sometimes you need to restructure. Sometimes you need to remove your investments in certain areas. Sometimes you need to sell, which is liquidation, or sometimes you need to tie up to a larger company, which is being acquired by a bigger entity. Now, last few things which are from the concept of strategic implications is global strategic management. how globalization is affecting us, how global businesses actually are influencing the regional players, and offshoring has created a new, completely operational level for strategic management. I'm sure globalization, global businesses you are aware of. Offshoring is a concept where you don't want to do certain things because of taxation, laws, expensive raw material, or things in your own country. So what you will do it offshore. Offshore means that you will let it be done, elsewhere. Similarly, even manpower you can transfer offshore. Many call centers, are running in some other parts of the world, which is again an offshoring technique. So this helps in global strategic management. Then these three things are very important. Globalization. Globalization means that you will have a strong global image, but you will not leave your local identity. So it is think global, work local, something like that. So that type of branding is important if your company, is at a global level. Then comes the concept of GI and LR. GI is called global integration. LR is called local responsiveness. Global integration means that if you are a global brand, you need to have some common standardization of work, of their brand, image, and everything. Then people will realize you as a global player, otherwise not. But while you are global, you will have to see the local needs of the market. Let's take an example of KFC or McDonald's. What they do, they are a global brand. They have a common approach. They have same taste everywhere, but they have a special approach which is local responsiveness. Some of the things like macadamia, like this and that, like some veggie options in some other parts of the world, like some, let's say, special sauces which are more chili to the Asians, or some other foods which are popular in other parts of the world, are mixed with their normal menus. And this is the local responsiveness which is always there. Then internationalization, which already I explained you how exporting, licensing, franchising, joint ventures work. FDI also is interesting, foreign direct investment. If your company is planning to go global, they will have to see which countries are good for them overseas. FDI means that the country which is offering FDI will give you free land, which will give you maybe a lesser taxations, which will give you manpower, on some very good, plans. So you will have more advantage going to that country rather to other countries. So these are all important points to consider. Also, when you will enter the foreign market is very important. You have to be very careful what are the competitors there. You have to do your due diligence reporting. You may hire consultants who may tell you which market is good for your business and which market has already reached saturation. These are important things to understand. So any questions so far? All is okay here. If you have any questions on any of these slides, let me know. We are jumping into new topic now. Any questions here? All good? Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Now let's see strategy formulation. So I told you today that I will be helping you in order to know the process, and I will give you all the tools which are required for strategy formulation. Now we are jumping into that topic. So there are three stages to strategy formulation: input stage, matching stage, and decision stage. This diagram tells you about those three stages. Stage one, input stage. What tools are used here? You can use EFE, IFE, and CPM. So external factor evaluation matrix. This is our tool number one. Tool number two is the CPM matrix. CPM is called competitive profile matrix. Third one is IFE, internal factor evaluation matrix. Today you will learn all three of them with me, that how we can use these three tools to gather the input stage. Now, the input stage feeds into stage 2. Please understand the concept, okay? If stage 1 is not done, you cannot jump to stage 2 because IFE and EFE will combine together to give you SWOT. Then again, CPM will be used in BCG, which is Boston Consulting Group metrics in stage 2. Then IFE will give you IE also. A combination of some of the things will give you the space metrics. And then the space metrics will give you the grand strategy metrics. So all these can be used individually also. And then some of them are mandatory, which is stage 1. So without stage 1, you cannot jump to stage 2, but stage 2 can be taken as, let's say, from the input of stage 1 can be done at a separate level. So in stage 2, there are 5 tools given here. You need to understand all 5 of them. How we do the SWOT metrics, how we do the space metrics, strategic, position, and action evaluation. This is called a space metrics. Then where do we use and why do we use the BCG matrix, which is called Boston Consulting Group matrix. Then IE metrics and grand metrics. Stage 3, last one. There are many organizations which use QSPM also. And QSPM is called the Quantitative Strategic Planning Metrics. Now, please ask questions about, have you understood these 3 stages and the name of these tools? One by one, we will go into these tools and we will see the examples. And you need to learn today how these tools are used. What is the advantage of using these tools? What actually they feed into the strategy formulation work. Okay. Any questions here? Have you people used them? Have you people heard about them? Yes, please. I don't hear anybody.
Only SWOT analysis before.
Only SWOT analysis you have done. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I've done SWOT and space, but others not.
Okay, great. So you have done SWOT and space. Very good.
We used to see external and internal factor, but not in depth.
You have done external, internal factor. Okay, not the IE metrics. Okay, very good.
Yeah, in full sync.
Very good, very good. So let's jump, and see how these things are done, how these tools are managed, and what we get, out of them. Now, the big question is that, our strategy formulation team use all of them or not? The answer is no. Some of the people will prefer some of the tools depending upon the need. And there are more tools also. I'm not saying that these are the only tools. Maybe 10, 20 more tools are there which are used in order to do strategy formulation. These are the most common ones which are used in academics, in the books in order to teach strategy formulation frameworks. But there are lots and lots of other tools. For example, there is one tool which is called McKinsey 7S structure. It is much more complex. McKinsey uses it for its own strategy. Towers Watson, Aon Hewitt have their own way of doing strategic frameworks. Mercer has its own way of doing it. But some of them are mentioned here which are not owned by, let's say, a consulting group. Only BCG is from a consulting group. Others are all standard ones. But one thing is common. Whether it is McKinsey's 7S framework or other frameworks from other consultants, they have to do some of the things which are mentioned here, like internal factor analysis and external factor analysis and the popular SWOT. Most of them do that because that gives them the initial inputs. So going back to my question, are all of them used? No. A combination of them used? Yes. Maybe few of them are used in organizations? Yes. Some will use all of them? Yes. So there is no obligation that you use all of them. Now, this slide gives you again a way that these tools give you inputs for what? In phase 1, We have already talked about this, huh? Phase one, mission, vision, values, strategic goals. We are now talking about phase two, where the tools are used, the pastel analysis, the SWOT analysis, the internal alignments, the IFE, EFE tools are used in development. And then implementation we have discussed already, but we will go in more details that how sorry we will look into from the governance side only and change side only in some of the slides, but we know now that action plans are created and allocation of resources is done, and communication and motivation of employees are done in implementation, and evaluation is again reviewing your strategy. So this is the strategic planning process. Now let's go. I have covered these already. I don't want to repeat again some of the things. So I am now into phase two, where I want to teach you the tools. So first is the SWOT analysis tool, and SWOT analysis actually is a combination of external opportunities and threats, which will cover you through a external scanning factors. And what are those factors? You need to see your business is impacted by what? What economic, social, cultural, demographic, environmental, political, governmental, technological, and also trends, which are your, let's say, best practices and trends in the market. How actually your organization is impacted by each of these things. That gives you an analysis of your opportunities and threats. Some may be opportunities for you to grow and grab, and some are maybe threats where you need to protect yourself. Then comes your next part in the SWOT analysis, which gives you your internal scanning, and that is your strengths and weaknesses, where you will internally see that how your management, how your marketing, how your other departments are capable in order to function. Some may be your strengths, and some may be your weaknesses. So that gives you the SWOT, analysis. In implementation, I have told you there can be different ways to implement, but allocation of resources is important in implementation. And allocation of resources related to finance, related to physical means how the environment will be, then human resources, and then technology resources. If resource allocation is not done in an effective manner, implementation will fail, and you need to have 6 months to 1 year well defined shorter objectives to make things happen. In the evaluation, you will review your strategy. You will review your opportunities and threats, that still the opportunities and threats are valid or not. And then you will see your internal weaknesses and your internal strengths again, so that you can revise them if something is not working and take corrective actions accordingly. So that is very, 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 very important. And when you do strategy evaluation, you have to see that in your organization, the returns on the strategy are coming in what way? From assets point of view, profitability point of view, sales point of view, productivity point of view, return on investment ratio point of view, and employee satisfaction. Can anybody tell me what are these 6 boxes? How you can convert them into measures? How can you convert them into measures?
As the KPI.
As KPIs, very good. Your productivity KPIs, your asset ratios, your profitability indexes, your net profitability, your growth on revenue, your return on investment ratios, your sales targets, your net revenues, your employee satisfaction surveys, employee engagement surveys, and so on. So all these things can become KPIs for different departments. And believe me, these 6 boxes represent here most of your organization, from employees, from HR to sales to marketing to production to front office, back office, everything comes here on this page. So a strategy evaluation is done through measuring performance of these boxes. So I will skip few slides and I will go to some examples of the tools which I mentioned in this slide. I'm going back this slide. So now we will look into examples of some of these tools. I'm not going into very detailed steps. Those steps are mentioned on the slides also, but for the sake of larger discussion, let's first cover some examples and then we can go into looking into the steps of these things. Let me go into some examples which are there at the end from here. Let's take some examples here, okay? So CPM, let's see CPM, what CPM does. CPM is a competitive profile metrics tools. It compares your firms with others, with your rivals, and tells you your strengths and weaknesses. So again, it's a type of SWOT, which is giving you a strength and weakness. And how to understand this tool? Very, very simple. You will actually take external environmental factors related to your industry. You will study your competition on those factors. And then you will apply that on your own company also on the basis of critical success values. So how it is done, see here. This is a good example which is mentioned here. Competitive profile metrics. This is three companies here being compared from each other. HP, Lenovo and Dell. And for CPM, you need critical success factors. So you will be comparing them on the basis of what? Advertising, product quality, price competition, management, financial position, market share, global expansion. Now, these are normal set of things. You can replace them also with others. You can add more critical success factors and then analyze the data of these organizations. Now, from where you will get the data? You will have to do your primary research and secondary research. Primary research will be through buying reports and buying data from consultants or having partnership with these companies to share your data and their data. Or you will go to their statistical bureau in your country and buy data from there for the ICT industry. They may give you without the name or with the name if the consent is there from the companies. Then you can go also and do your secondary research through internet and other sources and social media and so on. So once you collect that data or you ask a consultant to provide you this data, then how CPM works? Very simple. You take these critical success factors and you give each of them weight. For example, advertising, you are giving 11%. Product quality, you are giving 17%. Price competition, you consider very important, you are giving it 21%. Management, you are giving lesser 9%. Financial position, 15%. Market share 14%, and then global expansion 13%. So you want to position your company against these three and see. And one means 100%. So these are all the weights. Then you will see that in terms of advertising, HP is strong, Lenovo is strong, or Dell is strong. So based upon the data which you will acquire, you will rate them. For example, in advertising, HP is rated 3, Lenovo is also rated 3, but Dell is rated 4. So what is the final score on advertising of HP? 3 into 11%, which is 0.33. Again, for Lenovo also 0.33 and for Dell 0.44. Now you will repeat this same for everyone. And then you will add these scores. This means that the CPM index for HP is 3.51. For Lenovo, after adding all these scores, is 3.35, and for Dell it is 2.82. The higher, the better. So HP has a more competitive profile, you know, against yours. Now, as an example, you can go on the internet and you know that Google's Android OS system and Apple's iOS system and Microsoft Windows Phone operating system can be compared with each other. So I will recommend you do this exercise on your own. Lot of data is available and you can build a CPM profile on the basis of that. Any questions on CPM before I go forward? Is it clear?
I just forget. I missed the part of rating. From where you get it?
Yeah. So from where you get it, this will be based upon your priority. Okay. that what actually you are giving importance to. So when you will do your SWOT analysis, you will see that for you price is more important, so you are giving it a higher percentage. Now who will decide it should be 21%? Your corporate management team or your consultant will sit with you, and your corporate management team will give a priority to these things. As I told you, this list is not final, you know, this list will be decided by you.
Then I'm understanding the weighting. I'm talking about rating, 3, 4, 4.
Rating will come from the data from the market. Okay, you will buy the data from the market. Yes.
In regard of each items, am I right?
Yes, yes, all will come from the, I will give you a clear example. Advertising. Now, how you will say HP is a 3, Lenovo is 3, and how you will say that Dell is 4, based upon their advertising budget. And this will be there in their annual reports, that how much spending they have done on advertising, you know, and based on that data, you see maybe Lenovo and HP's budget were very close, so you give them rank 3, you know, among the 5 players, or you are comparing, you know, 4 players or so, and then you will see that who is higher. Maybe, you know, you are giving a higher rating to Dell because they are having more advertising budget. Similarly, on the price, you will have the price data. Based on that, you will see here, we see that price is actually a common feature, you know, 4, 4, 4, very close to each other they are on price. But product quality, you know, is very important. So in product quality, HP is at the highest, then Lenovo, and then Dell. And from where you will get product quality data? Product quality data will come from consumers, from the consumer surveys, that who has got the best profiles in terms of, let's say, in the laptop industry or wherever HP is serving, whether you are comparing PCs or laptops, how much they have sold, what is the consumer surveys say about HP, Lenovo, and Dell. From all those data, you will be able to rank them and put these numbers. Am I clear?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good, good. Any more questions here? Yeah.
Yeah, may I just suggest, if I understood right, that the CPM for even same areas will be different according to the interest of different companies. Am I right?
Absolutely,
So
absolutely. Yes, you can change.
Okay.
You can change. For example, if you are comparing yourself with other hospitals or other clinics, you know, and or if you are in the pharmaceutical industry, there are 5, 6 big players in the pharmaceutical companies, and you want to do CPM for them, then these things will change, you know. Some things can be there. These are common things: advertising, product quality, price, management position, financials, market share, global expansion.
Yeah.
Then you can increase this list, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So you mean that the CPM of a competitor is not a standard? It cannot be a benchmark for any other one. So CPM is unique.
Yes, yes. CPM is unique based upon the critical success factors you are focusing.
Okay.
Okay. And also, interestingly, one thing is there that you can also include your own company here. So, for example, you are HP. So you know that you are higher, and then you can do a comparison where you are weak and where you are strong. And based on that, you can set your strategy. This is how this thing helps you. So if, for example, you are, if, for example, you are HP, now what is your lowest score? Your lowest score is in management, 0.27. Okay, this means that this is not your internal strength. And if this area is not taken care now, then it will be a problem. So this is how this helps you. Or what is your strength here? The highest score is 0.84, which is price competition maybe, but it is common to others also. So it is not an advantage. Okay, what next is there? Product quality, 0.68. Yes, this is your competitive advantage. You have to continue, on the product quality in the same way as before. This is definitely higher than Lenovo also and Dell also. Are you getting it? All good?
Yes, it's very good to put my company in one of the companies is very good.
Yes,
but,
yes.
That means that I'll be changing this CPM according to maybe quarterly, or maybe I can change the according to the changes in my metrics. When I change my metrics, it will be changing according to the achievements. Am I right?
No, not according to the achievements. See, the CPM cannot be done so frequently because industry data will not be available that fast.
That's very good.
Yeah, internally doing CPM is not important. You
Annually.
need to
So
compare with others. Maybe annually. Annually is a good
annually.
exercise. Yeah.
So it's not a frequent exercise to be done. It should be with
No.
each budget or each annual strategy.
Absolutely. Otherwise, you will not get all the data, and it is data
I agree.
dependent. Okay.
This is good.
Now
Yeah, thank you.
let's look into external factor evaluation and internal factor evaluation and how do they help us. Okay. Now those slides which I have skipped, I am explaining all of them here actually. I don't want to read from the slides and tell you without example. So I'm explaining you the steps also now which are all mentioned in my previous slides which I jumped. So those are for you to read and understand on your free time. But I'm going to explain you all the tools here. So can I jump to the second one? Everybody is okay with CPM? Clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to the
Yes.
second. Yeah, I'm going to the second one now, external factor evaluation, EFE metrics. Now, EFE metrics, again, it is used to identify and examine your company's external position in terms of opportunities and threats. So EFE actually depends upon pastel analysis. And pastel analysis, I am going back now in order to show you that what is pastel analysis and what and how it is done. So I'm going back to this slide, pastel analysis. Pastel analysis is used to do 6 macro environmental checks. And this tool helps you in terms of understanding long-term impacts on your businesses. And especially if you are a new business, you have to see from entering a new market perspective. So pastel analysis covers PESTEL, P for political things. This means that the reports you need to understand the pastel analysis will be government policies, political stability, corruption, tax policy, labor law, trade restrictions, and so on. You need all this information. Then you will look into economic factors, how the industry is growing, what is the exchange rate, interest rate, inflations, how much income is there with the people, what is the unemployment rate, how the economy is moving, and so on. Then comes S, the social part. What is the population growth rate? How the age distribution is there? How the diversity is there in my market? Are there young people or old people? Are old people my customers or young people my customers? What is the safety emphasis? What are the health consciousness levels? What are the regulations of the industry and so on? And what are the lifestyle, which people like and the cultural barriers? All these social elements give that, input. Then T, technology incentives. What is automation going to do to my industry? How the research and development is going on? What technology awareness is required for my organization and for my employees in order to grow, Then E, environmental, weather, climate changes, pressure from NGOs, sustainability factor, carbon footprint, how toxics are being, disposed and so on, all will come under environmental policies. Last one, L, legal. Antitrust law, employment law, copyright law, health and safety law, discrimination laws, all the legal aspects. Even here your labor policies will come. If in your country unionization is allowed, then those will come and so on. So all this analysis feeds into, I'm now going back to the external factor analysis, EFE. Let me go there. So it feeds here. So the information we get from the pastel analysis gives us the basis of which to do the EFE. And this is an example of EFE done again for the personal computer market. So EFE gives us opportunities and it gives us the threats. So when you will analyze the PESTEL, what you will be getting is a list of things which you can consider as opportunities and list of things which you will consider as threats. This means what? A SWOT analysis is done and the input is used from the pastel table. So here it says that there is an opportunity for your company if you are a PC market company, that the growth of the PC market is going through diversification, and the growth of computer buyers is let's say increasing. Then integration of portable electronics is becoming a fashion and a lifestyle. So laptops and tablets and iPads and things are becoming a fashion statement. Now this will come from social. This will come from, let's say, the economic study. Now, growing preference of the Unix workstation among IT professionals. So there is a niche market for IT professionals. This may come also from your pastel analysis, technology assessment. Then rise of laptops popularity, growing frustration with the Microsoft monoculture. So people are moving also from Microsoft platforms to other platforms of Apple and others. Continuous improvement of human computer interfaces. So these are, let's say, operating systems and the way things are. So these are opportunities. Now I'm not reading the threats, but then definitely there will be threats. Again, you are doing the same exercise which you did in CPM. Now you will give weights to these things based upon your organizational preferences. 14% weight is given to this, 12 to this, 3 to this, 8 to this, 7 to this, and 5 to this. And then similarly for the threats, you will give also the relative weights. Then what you will do? You will do ranking. Ranking will be done with what? Ranking will be done based upon how these things are an opportunity for you to grab easily. So on a scale of easy to hard, okay, what you can do and what you cannot do, which has a lower value or a higher value, lower impact or a higher impact, you will do your ranking. And that ranking, all your executives, or let's say your department heads or your strategy formulation team will work together and decide. You can do this for your organization also and can do for other organizations also. When you are doing for others, you need to get their data for comparison purposes. The only difference is that here you will take opportunities and threats. You will get your final scores, which are these, and you will add the score of opportunities and threats to get a final score. That is called your EFE matrix final score. I think so. There are a few other examples behind. Let me go to that one, EFE. This is IFE. This is CPM, which I explained. This is EFE. So see this is for a cinema complex, okay, local 10 theater cinema complex. So these are the 7 opportunities they found. Then these are the from 8 to 15, almost 8 threats they found. These are the weights, these are the ratings and importance of these opportunities in terms of ranking from low to high, and threats from low to high between 1 to 4. And this is the weighted score they got. So here they will know that which opportunity is higher. So what I get here is here 32. 32 is what? To be decided, university is expanding 6%, TBD university, it's the name of a university, is expanding 6% annually. So this means that maybe they are attracting, I don't know, people from there to come in this theater, and that is an opportunity. Then threat, the highest threat is 0.48. Trend towards healthy eating, which will lower their sales, at the cinema complex. So this is one of the area which they are seeing as eroding them. So they will focus on the opportunities and they will try to minimize their threats with mitigation opportunities. So any questions here? Have you able to capture and understand the EFE? Not complex, it is simple. Okay. Any questions here on EFE? I will move to the next one then, IFE. Clear? Everybody with me?
The
Yes,
factors
with
are
you, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah.
Anybody?
I have
that
questions, but
factor are
I'll
that
just
is
make
3,
it
3,
to the
4
end.
and all.
One by one, please. What you are saying? 1, 3, 4. What?
In the external factor, I can see
Yeah.
that the R 3, 3, 3, 4. I don't know based on that how we are reaching into these three. I
Okay,
know
see,
that this 0.14 by multiplication is that is a total,
yes.
but
Now,
I don't know what exactly the three. Yeah.
the R means
Yes.
ranking. Okay, there are different
Ranking.
ways you can do the ranking. Okay, now this is
Mhm.
this is the weight, this is the ranking, and this is the weighted score. WS is called weighted score. Now ranking is done how? Ranking is done on the basis of seeing that how high is this opportunity for you to grab. The scale is 1 to 4. 1 is low and 4 is high. So you think that in the PC growth market, this is a good opportunity for you. You have less market share and you can get more. That's why you are giving it a higher rating, close to 4. Here also you think that yes, because of fashionability, there is more integration of lifestyle and we can use this in our favor. So you are giving it, 3. Now let's take 1 here. Now this means that you are considering it as a lower threat. For example, Compaq company was acquired by HP in 2002, making it the largest company in the industry. So are you also at a threat that they will buy you? Maybe not. That's why you are giving it a lower rank. Are you able to get it now? Is it clear
Yeah,
now?
got it. Thank you. Thank you. Clear,
Okay.
clear. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody is clear now? So
Yes,
let's go.
doctor.
Yeah, let's go to IFE, internal factor evaluation. Now, again, internal factor evaluation is a SWOT analysis. And the SWOT analysis you do here is for knowing internal environment, which will give you your strengths and weaknesses. Now, it is always recommended, don't go beyond 10 strengths and weaknesses. In EFE also, keep it between 10 and 15. Okay, see how many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, and also in IFE, don't go beyond 10, 12, strengths and weaknesses, because then you will not be able to focus. So from where the input will come? The input will come into looking into your company resources, the capabilities, the skills of the people, the organization structure, the culture, the functional areas, how you have relationships in your value chain with your customers, how satisfied your customers are from you, what is your supply chain, how strong is your supply chain, what are the weak points of your organization, and so on. All this will be considered in the IFE metrics. Now here there is an example of KFC's IFE. Okay, so weaknesses. Now how you will get this data? You will have to depend upon external surveys or internal surveys or the data which will be related to your organization, which can come through focus groups, which can come through observations, which can come through analysis and data of the previous culture and impulse exercises and so on. So that is a separate topic of a study which is called operations management. We are not learning here those things, so I'm just giving you an idea about that. So when data is captured, then there are 6 weaknesses being highlighted by the management or the consultants, from that data. So one is that KFC is high price and the image of the fried items is not good. Only chicken related recipes are there. Most of the products are having close substitution in the market, so people can go and get other things instead of KFC. The quality of service is not good. It is inconsistent. Some outlets are good, some outlets are bad. Lack of control in the joint venture arrangements because it works on a JV model or a franchising model. Now, again, based on this 6 weaknesses, a weight is given in terms of discussion with the management that what weaknesses, are important for us and what are not. So here they have given 8% weight, 7, 9, 7, 8, and 6%. And then rating from 1 to 4. Rate 1 is low, 4 is high. So is high price, being considered important or not? So it is somewhere in the middle, which is being decided by the management, and then you get this weighted results. So at the end, after doing all the ratings, multiplying the rate by weight, you add all these weighted scores, you get 2.78. So 2.78 is the score, which is your weakness score in your IFE. And then you will be able to use this IFE and EFE combined together in the next tool. So any questions here? Any questions here? All okay? This is simple also. So if we combine IFE and EFE, we get internal, external, which is called the IE matrix. So IE matrix actually is a combination, okay, of your previous two work which you have done. You will take the input of the internal factor analysis and external factor analysis and see the steps here, very simple. Number one step is what? You will plot on the y-axis your EFE score, and you will plot your IFE score on the x-axis. So if for example, your IFE total score was between the range of 1 to 1.99, it means that you have a weak internal position. If you have a score of 2 to 2.99, it is considered as average. A score of 3 to 4 means strong. Similarly, on the y-axis, when you will plot your EFE, a score of 1 to 1.99 is considered low, 2 to 2.99 is medium, and 3 to 4 is high. Now, let's see this in practice. This is called a IE matrix. So see here, your IFE, which we did before, gave us 2.78. And that was also for KFC. When we did it, EFE for them, the score is 3.2. And then we plotted it here. So we are somewhere here. In EFE, we are here. And in IFE, we are here. Now this tells us what? This gives us a 9 grid box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 grid box. And on the left-hand side, it's an interpretation of this 9 grid box. Low, medium, high on the y-axis, weak, average, strong on the x-axis. Where is KFC? KFC is in the second box. Second box is here. Second box tells us what? If you are in box 2, box 3, and box 6, you are growing and your strategy is working. So you should grow and build more. That is the direction you should go. If you plot in any of the yellow areas, if you are here in 1, 5, or 9, this means that your strategy has a problem. You need to hold or maintain and think twice before investing more, because you are in middle, and things are not working for you the way you have expected. Red is a dangerous zone. If you are in 4, 7, or 8, this means that you need to sell off some of your businesses and really seek, help. So this is how the internal factor and the external factor combine together to give you the IE matrix. Now tell me, any questions here? Is it clear to you? Am I able to explain things properly? I need response, please.
Yes. It's clear.
Yes,
Any
it's
questions?
Clear,
Very
sir.
clear,
okay.
easy to do.
Clear,
Yes,
sir.
doctor.
This is
Not
very
easy to
important.
not
Yeah,
easy to do.
I understand that, but you will have to do this one time for your assignments. In your assignment, they are asking you to do this.
Okay.
So you will have
It's
to
not,
choose
as
one.
he said, it's not easy to do, but anyhow,
Yeah.
it's understanding.
Yeah. So you will have to do it for one company of your choice. In your assignment, they are giving you, the type of company you can choose, and then you will have to plot this and you will have to do this as an exercise. Clear now? I'm going to the next one now,
Clear,
which is
clear.
called, I'm going to the next one now, which is called BCG matrix. BCG matrix actually was developed by Boston Consulting Group. That's why BCG is there. And it is well-known matrix in order to divide your business into 4 categories. They look into what? They look into idea, they look into planning, they look into strategy, they look into marketing, they look into finance, they look into your success of the products. After taking these inputs, you divide your products and services into 4 categories. And what are these 4 categories? Stars, question marks, cash cows, and dogs. These are the four categories in which they divide your company's products and services. And this is based upon two main inputs. Market growth rate is on the y-axis. Relative market share is on the x-axis. I have given an example here of Apple. It's an old slide, so maybe it is not applicable now with their products and services, but it will give you a clear explanation of how to divide the products and services. So what we see here, we see some of the products from the Apple company. For example, Apple TV. Why Apple TV is in the dogs area? Because it has low market growth rate and relatively low market share. That's why it is here. Whereas the PCs made by Apple, what they are called, Mac systems. The Mac systems actually are also in the same domain, but they are close to cash cows. So this means that they also have a low market growth rate, but a relatively medium market share rate. I would say that if it was done now, I would also put this one here, close to this. Then there was a time when iPods were very, very popular from Microsoft, and they were considered their cash cows. Nobody else had those products at that time. So they had high relative market share at that time, but then the growth was not there anymore because those were getting replaced by, let's say, intelligent phones and smart devices. Then comes their star products, iPhone and their Apple iTunes is actually high on the market share also and on the market growth rate also. And this is giving them, the futuristic look which they want. Then they have their laptops, which are a question marks. They have high market growth potential, but actually the share of Apple in this area in the market is very low because a lot of competition is there. So this your BCG matrix tells you. Now, if you are in management, after looking at this, you will be able to decide that what products and services you want to dump and you don't want to invest in, and where is your future, where you will put your resources, where you will put your money, where you will do investment and where you will do de-investment. Is it clear, everybody? BCG is clear to you? What are stars, question
Yes, sure.
marks, cash cows, and dogs? Now look into the names. Star means that these are the future for you. Question mark means that you need to think that what we will do with this product. Cash cows means that money is coming, let it come, but maybe in the future it will not come. Dogs means that these are eating your resources and you need to think what to do with that. So this is about the BCG matrix. Now let's go further. SWOT you know already. I'm not going to explain to you that how SWOT is done. You have done it in the past also, and we have seen with external factor analysis and internal factor analysis how SWOT is done. But this is a good example of how to do a SWOT, and I would recommend that when you do your exercise assignment, please use this kind of methodology to do your SWOT analysis. People don't do it correctly. So this is a good example for you of KFC. On the top, you will see strengths and weaknesses. S to S6, there are 6 strengths. W1 to W6, there are 6 weaknesses. And then you have opportunities as O1 to O5 and threats as T1 to T5. Now, try to find commonalities and make a SO strategy. Because in your question, in your assignment, they clearly say that draw conclusions from your SWOT analysis. So where is the conclusion? This is the conclusion here, that how you will combine your strengths and opportunities into something which will give you an action plan. So after doing the analysis on KFC, we see that introducing new recipes is one area to look at. Increasing number of outlets in different countries is another, investment. And capture customers by introducing new deals. These are the 3 things which are on the basis of capturing opportunity and our strengths. Then similarly, actions are there for weaknesses. Introduce cheaper items, change the image of KFC from fried to healthy, offer cow meat and vegetable foods also, and so on, not only chicken. This is what another way of looking at it. Then comes the threats strategy and strengths. Introduce healthier recipe, differentiate in providing faster service, engage in CSR activities, corporate social responsibility activities. With threats, it is what? Work on image of healthy fast food chain, develop a strong culture of strong service. So these are some of the things which will translate into projects, which will translate into strategic initiatives. Any questions here, please? Any questions here? All okay?
No, it's clear.
Yeah, very good. Okay. Let's now go to next one. Grand strategy metrics. Actually, grand strategy metrics depends upon SWOT metrics. So everything is going back, you see, to the SWOT metrics, which becomes a basis of doing things. Again, example of KFC is there for you so that the momentum is the same. You remember that we took IFE and EFE and we draw the positioning, and we found that it was in the grid 2. In grad strategy metrics, the plotting is done differently. You have, instead of 9 boxes, 4 quadrants: Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. And the comparison which is done is on the basis of 4 elements. On the y-axis, on the positive side, you see rapid growth market. Opposite to it, you see slow growth market. On the x-axis, you see strong competitive position. On the x-axis, weaker area, you see weak competitive position. So this is how it is being placed, in terms of quadrants. On the right hand side, you see the quadrants are shown differently because the positions are shown differently. Weak is here and strong is here. That's why quadrant 1 is here. So this picture is not showing this, but exactly it is the same thing. So what is in quadrant 1? If your company analysis of your SWOT takes you in quadrant 1, this means that you need to do these things. If you are in quadrant 2, you need to do these things. If you are in quadrant 3, you need to think about these things. If you are in quadrant 4, you need to think about these things. So KFC comes in actually quadrant 2, and quadrant 2 means that it was somewhere here, if you remember, in that diagram also. So market development is required, more market penetration is required. They need to produce more, products, and they need to do horizontal integration, means that they need to improve what they are doing and grow internally organically. In some way, they can look into divestiture and liquidation if it does not work for them. But that is not on the higher side of it, because they are just at the start of this quadrant 2, not on the extreme left side. So this is how, grand strategy metrics, looks like. I think so. There is an example here. I'm going back to the slides done before. This is a space metrics. I think so. Grand metrics example, that one which I showed you is the only one. You can search more examples on the internet, and it will help you in going through more examples in a more faster manner. Space metrics is there. Okay. So this is about the grand strategy metrics. It is a pre-developed, chart. Once you place your IFE and EFE results based upon these factors, you will be able to come out from that. Then comes your QSPM, another tool which gives you a quantitative strategic planning matrix. This is a very, very cool tool. It helps in terms of analyzing the options for multiple strategies for the organization. This tool actually helps in lots of ways in order to compare different strategies and see that which will work and which will not work. So here is an example of Netflix QSPM. Please focus on this slide for a few minutes and you will be able to understand it very, very easily. So again, it starts with opportunities and threats. So you need to do your SWOT first. Once the SWOT was completed for Netflix, we found 10 opportunities for them. And then similarly, we found 10 threats for them. So all are written here. Let's take few examples. What is the opportunity, first opportunity here? The first opportunity is that there are 147 million people in the United States which are watching online videos. And this is one of the big opportunities. Second opportunity is what? Digital distribution of media is growing at a rate of 30% a year. Then international market is 50% of the spending in US filmed entertainment and so on. Now from where all this information will come? This information will come from your pastel analysis. This information will come from industry reports and so on. So now let's look into some threats. Poor global, sorry, poor global economy has reduced personal spending. So people are not spending that much. That is a threat. YouTube is owning 70% of the web market share in terms of content. Time Warner, is a challenge. Hulu is a challenge, and so on. And TV shows and movies, provided for free or downloaded from pirated, maybe, sites are a threat and so on. So these are the threats. So once these opportunities and threats are listed, you will use the same methodology. You will give them weights based upon what is your way of looking at these opportunities from your company's point of view and so on. So you are Netflix, you will look into these opportunities and see, and put them in terms of weights. Why the slides are shifting? Then comes here your options. So when these things will be discussed in the management, they will look into that from two options, a strategy 1 and a strategy 2. What is a strategy 1? The company's board of directors or the leaders or the top level executives are saying that our strategy 1 will be to increase advertising and research and development budgets by 15%. Second option for the strategy is let's expand 15% of the business in Latin America, Mexico, and China. Now the debate is there that which strategy is far more better. So from a subjective point of view to a matrix mathematical model, this QSPM helps in knowing that which strategy will be impacted more from these opportunities and these threats. So one by one, each opportunity will be taken, and then we will see that how it is impacting this and how it is impacting this. For example, there are 147 million people in the United States. Definitely it has a higher rank. And if you will go to China, Latin America, Mexico, yes, there is a situation there, but people may not knowing Netflix and will not be interested. So that is why value 1 is coming there. What is the total, score? You will multiply this by this 0.24. So for this strategy, 0.24. For this strategy, 0.08. Like this, one by one, these discussions will happen, and at the end, you will be able to see that in terms of opportunities, this strategy is good or the second strategy is good. Then the threats will be measured that, okay, in terms of threats, where we should be focusing is increasing advertising, and R&D budgets is a threat against this one in comparison with this one more or less. So like this, the calculations will give a mathematical value to decision making. This is how QSPM works. Questions, please. First of all, have I been able to explain it properly to you? All okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes,
Any
sir.
questions? Now, I will truly
Yes.
tell you that this QSPM is the most famous strategic planning tool. Even you can do Even you can do internal analysis with it related to your strengths and weaknesses. And you can have multiple strategies. I have seen QSPN done within organizations having 5 or 10 alternative strategies. And then the best ones are picked, based upon the opportunities and the threat levels. Yes, you were saying something. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I'm sorry. I just want to know what's the outcome here? How to read the outcomes? That's my problem. Because I'm seeing numbers and opportunities and threats. How to correlate both?
See, I have explained here. If you go back on this one, okay, it's the same concept. Now, see this here, that the way the numbers represent shows that which strategy you will choose, sorry, which strategy you will choose here. Similarly, when you will do the add-ons, when you will add all this, you will get a number which will tell you that this strategy is going to give you what success. I have not added here. If you add, maybe let's say it is 2.9.
Okay. No, I mean it's the reverse here. I mean the big number in opportunities will be good, but the big number in threats will be
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. So what number you get here and what number you get here, you compare, and definitely this will be opposite. Definitely. Okay. So this is how it gives a structured mechanism as a tool. Now go back to what we studied in the morning. I told you in the morning, strategic management will depend upon analysis, will depend upon as is a situation, will depend upon historical data, will depend upon market, will depend upon industry. So this is all what you need to capture first in order to build the strategy. And then when you have different options of a strategy, you can apply it through modeling. And this modeling gives us a more scientific approach in order to take a better decision. And that is why CEOs, COOs, department executives, planners, budgeting people use these tools to take their case forward as a business case to the board or as a business case to the finance team or the CFO. When he sees all this, he is much more comfortable in giving you 15% for R&D budget, towards advertising. Otherwise, he will not give you. He will say that what is the basis of asking 15% more for advertising and R&D budgets? Last year, I also increased that. Again, you came for that. So, but when you will show that we are not going with this expansion strategy and we will focus internally in USA as a growth market, and this is what our QSPM analysis says. On that note, this strategy will be built up. So everybody okay here?
Another question, can I?
Yeah, please.
So if I want to present that to take a decision from the board, why the board will agree with my outcome if the what you call the logic and the picked up data is not for them appealing? How reliable they are? Is there a standard way to prove that there is a reliability?
I will tell you an answer to this. Okay, the answer to this is that usually the board and the top people don't trust. Correct? And they are more careful. They are more careful that the analysis is done by outsider, by a third party. So even if you do your analysis, sometimes they want a recheck on it. And they will issue some budget and they will ask you to go back and hire an expert consultant and validate your findings and align your findings, benchmark your findings with the data from the expert consultant. And if all the things tally, let's go forward. Okay. So there are challenges, in that, and some organizations are good in doing this internally, and there is a trust relationship already established between the top layer and the middle layer, but in some organizations it is not. So if you have a strong corporate strategy team and you have hired people from the consultant backgrounds, they know their homework, they are able to satisfy the board that from where the numbers are coming, which reports the numbers have come from. Even when you go there to the board, you can tell them that you have bought the data. Okay, you have bought the data from PwC, you have bought the data from Deloitte, you have bought the data from EY, you have bought the data based upon Saratoga benchmarks and so on. There are huge library of resources available. You pay $5,000-6,000 and you can buy the data related to your industry and so on and so forth. So if you are good in your work, you will be able to satisfy them. But again, even after that, they don't trust, then it's an issue that they will need an assurance from outside. You get my point?
Another question coming from that, because that's my second question to you. Is this data coming from EY, PwC, other resources, McKinsey? These resources are trusted worldwide, so I can take
Very
this data
trusted.
as a reference?
Yeah, very trusted. Very trusted. Okay, because these organizations are multi-billionaire organizations. You know how many people work for PwC all over the world? Do you know the number? 130,000 employees.
Oh,
all over the world. This is the size of PricewaterhouseCoopers. Deloitte is considered the masters in management. You know, they actually are hired by every country. Every country in the world, you know, have Deloitte on their, you know, portfolio, and they make strategies of countries, not even companies. So there is no doubt in the expertise and the data and the depth they have, you know, in terms of resourcefulness. The only problem with consultants is that they are very good in giving you the information. They are very good in giving you the data. They are very good in planning for you, but they are very bad in implementation. Because actually we need to do implementation. And if we are not ready to implement, our management is not ready, our people are not ready, we don't have the right culture, and we are not following what they are saying in the proper structured manner, then it does not work. So many consultants fail when it comes to implementation with certain companies because of these problems. But their analysis is amazing.
But can I add a last thing? I'm sorry to take this time, but
no problem. It's okay.
If isn't this data not completed, not because of them, because of many other areas and countries that doesn't have data collection tools that is trusted. So maybe the results can be biased because of that factor. Is this taken care in consideration when they present data? I mean, they may have good tools to collect data from Europe, but in Africa they will never find this data. It will be
you are
something.
Right.
Will be
I agree. I 100% agree with you. There are challenges in many parts of the world, even in the Middle East, you know, and as you said, Middle East and North Africa, that the amount of the quality of the data which will be available in certain parts of the world will be very high, and in certain parts of the world will be very low or even not available. Okay, then what is done? Then a different type of approach is taken. Then you don't depend upon data, you depend upon a field market analysis. So there are ways in which, you know, they coordinate and collaborate with the local market, and then they try to scan the local market through local surveys, and they get the information through those local surveys. It takes more time in that market analysis and research technique, but they can get information for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so that is a longer process, more expensive, and it takes time also. Okay, so thank you very much for asking these questions. That gives, you know, help for others also in order to understand. So everybody is with me now. We have finished the tools and we are moving towards, you know, last part of discussions, which is communicating the strategy and some culture component and change components also. So should we continue, or you have any questions, please?
I mean, shall we continue, or we should take some break?
It's up to everybody. Should we take a 5 minutes, 10 minutes break? All is, I'm okay. I don't have any issue. If everybody is aligned, we can have that break now.
If possible.
Yes.
No problem. Okay, let's take a 10 minutes break then. Not more than 10 minutes, please. Okay, certain important things we need to cover. So it's 5:05. We will start at 5:15, please. Huh? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone. So let's start the session. I'm back. I think so. Everybody is here with us. So the break is over. Just yeah, please confirm you can see the slides now.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, great. Now we are in the last 7 slides. I just looked at it. Since morning, we have covered many things related to strategic management, and a lot of information has been passed towards you. So just bear for let's say 15 more minutes, and then we will be able to jump into the discussion of the assignment. I will explain the assignment also, and we will see that how you will be able to do it in a more effective way. So just after 15 minutes, we will dedicate the last 30 minutes, for the assignment, and then I have a video also for you for 5-6 minutes in order to see that if a strategy is implemented in the wrong way, what happens to organizations. That video also is nice to look at. So let's start with communicating the strategy. So the communication of the strategy is important because everyone who is going to work on these strategic initiatives should know what is going on. And a good strategy communication starts with a communication plan, that what are the opportunities in this communication for everyone, how to capture what is going on. Now there are ways in which it can be done. It can be done formal, it can be done informal. There can be two-way communication where you send the message to the entire team and then you take the feedback from the team leaders, or you do it, through leadership support, or it is done, extempore on a free flow of information format, or you do it in a town hall or through emails and so on. So there can be many, many ways in which the communication of the strategy has to be done, and that is the most important thing. Then comes its implementation. And we discussed various ways in order to do the implementation through balanced scorecards. The most important thing is that since there will be many projects, while you will be implementing the strategy, you need to have dedicated managers in order to handle those projects and divide the projects into multiple phases. Make the task simple and not complex in terms of deliverables. Manage smaller budgets. Don't go with huge, large budgets where the management is impossible. The resource allocation and budget allocations are tougher and tougher by finance. So this is how the implementation overview has to be done. Now comes the strategy review. For the review, which is the last stage, there are 3 fundamentals. Number 1, you need to see that what were the initial situation on the basis of which your firm established a strategy. So actually going back to the SWOT analysis which was done, going back to the historical which was done, and then compare that what was expected from the strategy. Are we there or not? So comparing the actual to the expected results and looking into the variance which is there. If everything is okay, fine. If not, you need to take corrective actions to address the performance gaps. Now, how frequently you should be doing this? As frequently as possible based upon the collection of your KPI and measurement data. If you are measuring the results on a bi-monthly basis 2 times a month, this is ideal. If not, then at least on a monthly basis. If not, then at least on a quarterly basis. If not, then at least on a half-yearly basis, so that you can take a corrective action for certain performance gaps as soon as possible. How it is done? It is done through a evaluation framework. Number 1, the same thing. The 3 points which are mentioned here are explained here. Number 1, review the underlying biases. Underlying basis, sorry. What are the underlying bases? Means that any fundamentals have changed, any opportunities, threats changed, any weaknesses or strengths changed. You need to see that. If there is no change, go to step 2. But if there are any differences and changes, then again you need to take corrective actions and rebuild that model. So doing no means that you need to go forward. Now, I know that it cannot be done for everything. And these analyses are done on the basis of data which might not be available on a monthly basis, but may be available on a quarterly basis, may be available on the half yearly basis. So as and when that data is available, you need to look into those factors. But maybe some big things are changed. Some new competition has come, some new regulation has come, COVID has come, some pandemic issue is there. So in that situation, you will go, towards yes and take corrective actions. Otherwise, no. If no, then you need to measure the performance. Then you need to see that what was expected. Are there any differences in those expectations or not? If there are differences, yes, take corrective actions. Otherwise, no, continue on the present course. So simple evaluation framework which is followed in a strategy. Balance scorecards are very important to use. And I told you Robert Kaplan and David Norton are the people who originally perceived this idea. Your KPIs should be related to finance, customers, internal processes, and learning and growth. Benchmarking is another tool which is important for organizations and important for strategy setups. You can benchmark your process and your KPIs against standard KPIs from other organizations within the same industry so that you know what is working for you and how to set the targets. So defining of the KPIs, measuring your current performance, having appropriate benchmark data, identifying performance gaps, and then setting the objectives accordingly is the process which is followed for benchmarking. So these are the things which I wanted to discuss, and I will move the discussion now towards our final point, which is our assignment discussion. So before I go there, please, do you have any questions you want to raise?
Yeah, the KPI, is it available in each institution?
There are KPI dictionaries which are available related to each industry. For example, I have a lot of experience in the telecommunication industry, and a lot of KPIs are standard available as KPI dictionaries for the telecom sector. Similarly, for your healthcare sector, there will be KPIs and books easily available, and the dictionaries available, and you can buy them. Okay, you can also request your supporting consultants in your organization. They can provide you all those KPIs. Now, KPIs are easy to get. Benchmarks are difficult to get. Why? Because benchmark depends upon how freely organizations share their information. And organizations in some part of the world are freely distributing the information, and in some other parts of the world are very careful that they don't share the information easily. So in that case, again, either you will have to build a relationship with your with such entities where the data is available, or officially buy the data, because everybody is looking for data. So they go also to the consultants, you go also to the consultants, and consultant puts only one condition on you. You will have to give your data without your name. Other parties are giving us their data without the names. So we are doing the analysis and giving you support and sharing the industry information with you. This is how this model works. And it is working effectively in many countries, but definitely in some countries, because of strict rules and regulations, some public data is not easily available. When I'm saying public, I mean that from the government sector. But yes, from the private sector, we don't have an issue. Have I answered your question?
Yes, yes.
Great, great. Any more questions, please, on what we have studied today? I know that it was too much information, pushed towards you in one day.
Now, regarding such strategies and project management, it sound that you are trying to ask us to do as such for our institutions. But do you think this is a one-person task, or it should be multidisciplinary? people that they should share the same information, the same theme, the same stuff. Because I think it is such much of work. It should be extremely too much just for one person. Yes, it's good to understand that concept as we do now. To have as a task it is entitled to do it as an one person, I think it's very.
Your voice is splitting up. I have not been able to get your question properly. Can you rephrase your question in shorter words, what you are trying to ask?
Is it this much of work? It should be done by one person, or it should be as in a multi disciplinary team?
Okay. I understand now. Okay. It is not a task done by one person, not by one person at all. As a student, yes, you are doing it, as a one person. But in organizations, there are sections which are called corporate strategy team, which does this work. Now, depending upon the size of your company, the size of your industry, maybe 3 people will be doing it, maybe 30 people will be doing it. It will depend upon lot of things. For example, if you are working in a big organization like Samsung, where there are 10, 12 different business units, the corporate strategy team is huge. Why? Because they have their different industry verticals. They are into manufacturing, they are into electronics, they are into mobiles, they are into TVs, they are into construction and everywhere. So it will be difficult, in order to have a corporate strategy which will be built by few people. So there is no perfect, answer to this, but it will depend upon couple of people in order to build it in a smaller organization which is only focusing on one business. Okay?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. Hanan, you want to ask something, I think so. Hanan,
Yes,
your hand is raised. Yes, Hanan.
yes. Doctor, I would like to ask about the KPI. In our organization, we are doing our own KPI based on our performance previously in the previous year. And every year we aim to get better benchmark than the previous year. Once we accomplish the benchmark, we try to raise it up to get better performance. In the same time, we are trying also to compare ourselves to international organization. Like we have NHS for healthcare facility, where we compare ourselves with organizations similar to our capacity.
Okay.
So is this a strategy is correct, like to follow, or do you have any advice?
It is no. It is okay. What you are doing is what everybody does, but only there is one problem which you will face after some time. The problem will be saturation. I remember that I read a case about employee engagement measurements. One organization started employee engagement journey, and they hired, a company to do internal analysis for them on employee engagement and employee happiness. And a 5-year contract was signed, and they started with measurements. Can you please close your mic? Somebody's mic is open. Thank you. So, hello, I'm having feedback. Please close your mic. Thank you. So that company started the survey of their employees from engagement and happiness point of view. And what happened was that the first year, their results were in 60%. Next year, it raised to 70. Third year, it raised, to more higher, around 80. And then the problem came. They reached the saturation point, and it is not increasing further, and it started to decline. So this is the problem with benchmarking and raising the bar every time. So what will happen with you, Hanan, will also be the same. There will be a time that there will be no more improvement possible. And when you hit that ceiling, then from there onwards, there may be some decline and it will be difficult to maintain also. So rising up to above the average normalization will give you problems. Am I able to answer, Hanan, your question? All okay?
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. So can we go to the assignment discussion now? Let's discuss the assignment, and I am sharing the file here with me. Can you see the file, the screen?
Yes, doctor.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So let's go to this is the first time you are attending the course, or you have attended before also? You know how assignments are done about plagiarism, about other guidelines, and so on.
Sorry, sir. This is my first time.
It's my first time.
Okay, so
First
be
time.
careful. No problem. So be careful, please, about the instructions which are given to you. Okay, that you need to submit this assignment on or before 8th of July, and other guidelines are mentioned how evaluations will be done. 90 marks are there for the assignment, 10 marks for class participation. You have to follow the pattern which they have given, that for you B applies, not A. Actually, there are questions, but they are questions based upon your selected organization, which is called a case-based assignment. So you will have an executive summary, you will have table of content, you will have introduction, you will have body of assignment. Here you will answer all the questions. Then you will have conclusions and recommendations. And if you are using any reference points, then you will mention all those references in the standard way you have been asked to put references. If you take anything from anywhere, you need to paraphrase them. You cannot copy and paste. If you will copy and paste, then it will be considered as cheating. It will be considered as a plagiarism, and that can lead towards negative marking for you, and even cancellation of your assignment. So be careful in how you copy things from other sources. You will have to rewrite them in your own words. Okay, so please avoid plagiarism in every way. And you can see the penalties which they have mentioned here: deduction of marks, and also exclusion from the program, or marking you as 0. So be careful about that. If you have more questions on these things, I think so the ATMS management will be able to clarify those things better than me. So let's focus on your task at hand, which is the assignment. So now, what is the preamble? The preamble is that this assignment should be based on your current employer or a business which you have been recently exposed to, or you are familiar with, or you have worked in the past. So don't choose this flashy organizations, like Amazon and Twitter and Facebook and all this for your assignment. I would recommend that focus on your own industry and try to find organizations which are connected with your own industry, and their some of the basic data is available on their websites. These organizations, if they are listed on the stock exchange, they are compelled to provide their annual reports. They are compelled to provide their current strategy in those annual reports. They will give you their financials also in their annual reports, and how their culture is, their employee strength is, their management style, their governance style, their sustainability information, and sometimes even they do some analysis and give the analysis in their annual reports. From where you will get these annual reports? You can get it from the internet easily on the website of those companies, or also on the security exchange website in your country. So this is one way of looking into it. And if you have the data of your organization, I would highly recommend not to use it without the consent of your organization. Please don't do this mistake. This will put you in a lot of trouble if you will use the data of your organization or your previous employer without their permission. Now, if you have the data, but you don't have the permission, and if you want to use the information, how you should use it? You should use it through masking or mapping. Masking means that you will not use their name. You can give a dummy name, to that organization, that because of confidentiality reasons, you are not using their name. Even the data you can change. See, whoever will check your assignment will not look into the accuracy of the data. If some number there was, let's say 2.4, and here you are pushing it up to 3.4, no problem. He is more interested, your assignment body committee is more interested in the process which you follow, not the accuracy of the information. Okay, so you can make up your data also, you can make up a company also, but better that it is an existing company, so that you are giving this thought, and passing on this information with that confidence. So again, I will tell you, you can use masking, or you can use the organization if you have the permission, or you can use a public organization where data is publicly available on the internet and you don't need to take any permissions. So these are all your options. So this is what is mentioned here. If your organization is part of larger international organization, you may consider only your country's division. Avoid taking departments or sections only for the strategy. Don't do that. If your organization is government department, you can proceed with the analysis of a division, because government sectors are huge and big, but it has to be a budget center. It needs to be a profit center, in a way. Subdivisions will not give you, your strategy formulation easy. If your organization is independent and not for profit entity, then please, I would advise that don't go in this direction. Otherwise, you will have to follow step 1 and 2. But I would not like to do that. Don't choose a non-profit entity. It will be difficult for you to do the analysis. Now, let's see what you need to do further. Make sure, I'm going to the top here now, make sure the conclusion is not just a summary of your recommendations. You have to emphasize on your recommendations to show that how action will be done. So that's why I gave you all those templates. Use those templates, show that what actions will be taken. Then the format of the report should be in a style of management report. There should be an executive summary, which will the brief of your work, and the introduction, which will set out the scope of your work and the introduction of the organization. Then all the questions which are given to you, you will answer in the main body, and then the recommendations and conclusions will come at the end. The word limit for the assignment is around 8 pages, excluding the data and the tables and the references. So I would say that you have flexibility of going up to 10 pages in this assignment. Now, what you need to cover in the assignment. Any questions so far? Then I will go in these questions. Any questions, please?
Yeah, can we use an organization that's not international? I mean, a polyclinic, something like that. And is it important that it is well known? Because as you said, in masking.
No problem.
Nothing. Okay.
No problem.
So again, I cannot use my company. I'll be very honest with you. I cannot use I just signed
I understand that. Yeah,
confidentiality agreements, and they are preventing us from disclosing data. But I'll be using another model in my life, because I have other organizations that I was living in the last 15 years. Okay.
No problem. It's fine. Very good. Okay. So everybody, please be careful.
In the same line, in the same concept. Is it because I am part of the hospital and I am pediatricians? Is it possible just to have an application in my department, and instead of just put the whole hospital?
Will you be able to do everything at your department level? How you will give a vision, mission, objectives, and strategies for your department? Will you be able to do that?
Yeah, I would, because I have exposed.
Then it is fine. Because sometimes people struggle, people struggle that they cannot give a vision and mission and objectives and the strategy for a department. They can give only at a hospital level. So it is your choice. If you can handle that, it is okay.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah. Any other questions before I start looking into the explaining questions?
Excuse me. I'm also, as both my colleagues said, like I cannot disclose the data of the hospital as I'm working on.
Correct.
And even the name, because of confidentiality.
Right.
However, let's say like we actually planning to open a new center. We can consider it as a center.
Oh yes, why not? Very good. This is a good opportunity that you develop, for that center a whole strategy document of 10 pages.
Okay, that's good.
And
Thank you.
don't mention the name, mention
No, no,
that
I'm not gonna mention any names.
it's a new center, okay, and its name is XYZ. That's it.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
no problem. So can I go ahead? Any questions from anybody else? So I will take it as a no, and then I will move to the question. So question number 1, identify the firm means your organization's existing vision, mission, and objective and strategy, and develop revised and new vision and mission statement for the selected organization. So it's a simple question. They are first asking you give the existing vision, mission, objectives, and the strategy. So if it is a new setup altogether, you need to clearly mention that because it's a new setup, there is no existing vision, mission, and objectives and strategy. So you will give a new one. For all those people who are selecting an existing organization, they will first give the existing vision, mission, objectives, and strategies. And for that, you can use the strategy house tool. You can use other tools which we have discussed today, and develop the revised model. And in development of the revised one, they are asking only two things: give a new vision and mission statement for the selected organization. Now be careful that when you are giving a vision and a mission statement, follow the examples I gave you. We discussed so many examples today, about Edward Jones, about Walmart, about Boeing, about Merrill Lynch, and so on, and follow the same mechanism: objective, scope, competitive advantage, how you will make that a strategy statement. It's very, very important that your strategy statement is expressing, all the things which we discussed. Okay, is it clear? Question 1. Can I move to question 2?
Yes, clear.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Now question number
Yes.
2 will come. Answer number 2 will come in your main body, and they are asking about strategic priorities for your selected organization. So part A: to what extent does your company's strategy rely on competing in existing market spaces? What are the company's competitive advantages? Now, this is a descriptive question. First, you need to tell that what your company's current strategy is and in which market space are you working. Give an introduction about your industry. Give some fundamentals about your industry, that your industry is healthcare industry. In healthcare, it is focusing on this particular area. This is how, the recent, situations have impacted your industry. Then talk about, that how your strategy is connected with those things, and then mention about your company's competitive advantages. This is about question number A. Then question number B: does your company rely too much on technology to open new market opportunities? Give arguments in favor or against as applicable. So today we discussed about technology and about robotics and about how, the general practitioner's role may change in the future, or how the tele clinics, were established, and how technology is changing various industries. So now here you need to tell about your selected organization, that what is the technology level in there, how it can help in terms of opening new market opportunities. I remember the person talking about technology was telling us about wearable devices, and then through GPS, tracking the patients and passing on and having a real-time data of their vitals and so on. So maybe this will give you some thoughts, in this manner. Then you need to give arguments also here, that how technology is in favor or against, your strategic alliances, and how they are applicable. Question number 2C: what obstacles are preventing your company from creating a differentiated strategy? Now, this is a very good question. Here you need to see from a critic point of view that what actually are the challenges and the obstacles which your or selected organization is facing, that how are they not able to have a differentiated strategy, means that a competitive advantage which is unchallenged. So what are the challenges? Is the capability issue? Is it management issue? Is it budget issue? Is it innovation issue, and so on? So you can mention those obstacles and explain those situations. Question number 3. Construct a growth share matrix or the BCG matrix for your considered organization. So you know about BCG matrix, there are 4 quadrants, and you will see market growth and the opportunity in terms of 4 quadrants like stars and dogs and cash cows and question marks. So you need to divide the services and the opportunity revenue areas in terms of that. And then the second part, after drawing this BCG diagram, you will recommend long-term objectives that where you will focus. Definitely you will focus on stars, you will not focus on dogs. So you will mention specific strategies in order to achieve those things in question number 3. Question number 4, very simple exercise. Do a full SWOT analysis on your selected organization. Follow the pattern which I showed you as the KFC SWOT analysis. Show strengths, opportunities, strengths and weaknesses, and then show that how some of the things will be taken from the combination of those. Question number 5. You need to do a pastel analysis and develop. Yes, please.
I'm sorry. When I use the pattern, do I have to make an AC after that, or is the table and the pattern enough if I feed it with all the same model?
I will always, I always recommend that when you do the diagram and the model, give a 1 paragraph description also.
Okay.
It's very important. It is very important. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Good question. Good question. Yeah. So question number 5, again on pastel analysis. Now, political, environmental, social, technological, legal, and so on. So you need to do a pastel analysis in order to see some scanning points related to your organization. Okay. How pastel analysis is done? Do some simple research on the internet. You can download, a pastel analysis done on Samsung or on Apple organization, and you will be easily able to see that it's a 1-page document or 2-page document where all these headings are there related to political, and then bullet points, under each of them, that what is actually impacting your business from political front, from technical front, legal, and so on. Question number 6. What issues do you foresee when it comes to execution of your strategy from the perspective of management, marketing, financial budgets, and technology? This is a very interesting question. Here, it is all about the challenges or issues, and there might be not all of them applicable to you. So here they are saying give recommendations to address at least 2 of them. So from this list, there are 4 areas given to you: management, marketing, finance, and technology. So they are asking you, when you are executing your strategy, what issues can you forecast? Will there be any marketing issues that you don't have, let's say, enough budgets for advertising and marketing? Is technology will be an issue that it will not be available? For example, funds will not be available. That can be an issue in terms of budgets, or you will not get opportunity to hire more people, or your management is slow in decision making. Lots of rules and regulations are there in order to decide, and they take too much time. So what will be the issues? And then you need to give recommendations to solve also those, at least 2 of those issues. So for example, if financial budgets are a constraint, then what will be the solution? The solution will be cost savings. So in some areas you will save the cost and then redeploy those costs, to budget whatever you want to do now. So some reprioritization of resources will be required, some internal mobility will be required, and so on. If technology is an issue, maybe you need to do learning and development and training for your people and acquire the latest technology equipment and uplift, the knowledge of the people to those technology platforms. It is not easy. It takes time. It needs money and also needs a good learning and development initiative. So you can recommend, some of these things looking into your organization, selected organization. Any questions here? Can I move to the last two? Any questions?
Yeah.
All okay?
No. Yeah, you
Okay.
can
Thank you.
proceed.
Question number 7. Recommend procedures for a strategy review and evaluation. The last 3 or 4 slides are all about this. So the best procedure for a strategy review and evaluation can be many. There is no fixed rule for it. One of those I have shared with you. You have 2 books with you in this pack. Open those books, go to the chapters of strategy review and evaluation, and you will see 6 or 7 different ways in which a strategy review and evaluation can be done. Select any one of them, explain them here in the context of your organization, but be careful, no copy and paste. Please rewrite in your own words and explain as per the fitment and as per applicable to your selected organization. Okay, is it clear? Question number 7. Let's go to the last one. Last one is simple. Propose a balanced scorecard to support your strategic execution and implementation of all objectives. So here a balanced scorecard need to be adopted. Let me do something for you. Let me search here on Google a balanced scorecard for a hospital so that we can see how it looks like. Balanced scorecard for a hospital. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, so let
Yes,
me
doctor.
take out some easy example for you. What is this one? Okay, so this is see one balance scorecard. No, this is not a good one. Okay, I think so. This is much better. No, this is management model. I think so. I need to put here a space. Balance scorecard for healthcare. I should write. I think so, not hospital. Healthcare industry. Let's see what comes now. Okay, objectives, measures, initiatives. Now see here, this is customer, financial. 2 areas they have covered here. Implement growth, deliver cost efficiency. These are the measures. ROI on this, operating cost and this, initiatives are this, excellent service, relationships, leading technology. Maybe you will get other 2 also, with that one. And then there might be lots of other examples which will give you here how you can do things and collect things. So this is a city or municipal government. They are giving their own way, but it is also not a full balanced scorecard. Balanced scorecard should be something like this. This example, I'm loading here may give you an idea that how it should look like. See here like this. Your vision and strategy will be in the center. Come on. Okay, so financial KPIs will come here. Objective, measure, targets, initiative. And then internal processes, what you will improve. Again, will give objective, measure, targets, initiative. Learning and growth opportunity, where you need to learn and grow more will come here. Customer perspective, how you will deal with your customer. What objectives do you have? How you will measure them and the targets and the initiatives. So this table you need to create. You will get empty templates easily available on the internet, and you will be able to do it in a much more easy fashion. I think so. This is not difficult to do. This is uploaded by somebody, and here the strategy map is there, the perspective is there, the goal is there, the measure is there, the target is there, the action is there, and so on. And this is for workplace health promotion, WHP, health balance scorecard. So there are ways. I am just showing you that how you will be able to do this and develop this for your proposed organization. Okay. So any
If you
questions on
don't
the
mind,
assignments? Yes, please.
yes, if you don't mind, so the material, the study material that we provided, it wasn't a PDF. If it is soft, so that we could have the template and we can just copy and fill it, that will save a lot of time for us.
There will be a problem in that one. It will be considered under plagiarism. Then everybody will be using the same template. Everybody will using the same template and putting things there. I would like you to redesign, based upon
No,
what
no,
you seem fit.
I mean, sorry, I mean, it should be as an empty, just for as a guidance,
Walid, not
with no
possible for
insight.
assignments. I'm sorry. No, this is not the way it works. Those are examples for you to understand. You need to develop your own strategy house. You need to develop your own, list of the projects and things. Maybe some of the things you will take from there and some of the things you will not take from there. But if you will be using and everybody will be using the same template, all will get 0 marks. Okay, it is not like that is the only way of doing it. Just see, I wrote balance scorecard on the internet and how many different variations of tables I got. Similarly, if I will write the strategy house, I will get multiple variations. In some of them values are down, core principles are up, in some of them pillars are up, some pillars are down, some use the roof hat as mission and objectives, some don't use. So this is just to tell you that the documentation can be done in this way, but please don't use things as is, because then it will a copy and paste exercise, okay, and which I want to avoid also as an instructor, and you should not be doing that. Hannah, you have raised your hand.
Yeah,
Hannah,
if we will use yes, if we will use a company from like from the internet, we will be copying the mission and vision and the values of the company. Will
correct.
that be considered as plagiarism?
No, no, because you need to tell clearly that this is the existing one and this is as is, and this is information which cannot be changed, cannot be rewritten.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would be there any help instructors? I mean, if we need just to have a guidance in the coming few days, such
Regarding
assignment.
regarding what?
Regarding such assignment, if we need help from somebody, or that's totally by
You can
by
take
us.
no, you can take your external help from anyone, but you don't need to mention it to anybody. I'm sure that the institute will not be able to help you. There is no teaching assistance, available in terms of assignments from ATMS or SBS or the other associated universities with them. But on your own, if you want to
I
seek
mean,
help, you will be able
no,
to get
sorry,
it.
and I mean from the course itself.
I don't think so. This model is there with them, but maybe the person here may be able to say better. Setu, can you answer this question? Walid is asking, will we get some support in doing the assignments as some additional support? Are you there, Setu? I don't know they're there or not. Can you write Walid to directly to them and ask them this question?
Sure.
Okay, because why I'm telling you, Walid, because I am not on payroll of ATMS. I am coming as a visiting faculty, as an expert, and giving this lecture, and then that's it. My role finishes here. Even I'm not the person who is going to check your assignments. It's not coming to me. It's going to their examination board of their body, and they check the assignments. They does not come to me. Two more people are asking a question. Guest 41, who is guest 41, wants to ask a question?
No, thanks.
Okay. Denisa April wants to ask one question.
Yes, doctor. It's just about want
Hello, good evening. Actually, it was not a question. I would like to help you to answer that question. The problem is in the healthcare, when we learn, I'm a nurse by profession, and I am like in the last 5 to 6 years without any experience in quality management?
Your voice is gone. We
Hello?
cannot hear you. Yeah, we cannot hear you. Again, please, can you repeat your point? No, we can't hear you. Can you disconnect and reconnect again? In the meantime, we will take question from Danissa. Danissa, please go ahead.
Yes, doctor. Good afternoon. I
Good
just wanted
afternoon.
to clarify on the assignment that we have on number 7. It's about the strategy evaluation and review. I
Yeah.
just want to know, you suggested for us to check the book that was sent to us in an email?
Yes, there are 2 books given to you. There are various
Yes.
chapters, and you
Uh,
can look into strategy review and evaluation methodologies given there, and you can use one of those in order to show. Or in my slides, you will see the last 3, 4, 5 slides are on strategy and evaluation. You can use them also.
Hello?
Thank you so much, doctor.
Welcome, Denisa. Welcome. Yes, guest 41. What is your good name? What is your good name? We cannot hear you. What is your question? Can you type your question? We cannot hear you. On the chat box, if you can